Gas ALDG. Please make welcome Mr. Oga Adeje Ugiri.
Ago and either via economic topical relevance, but also for its shift in focus beyond the familiar narratives about 10, from financing models such as public-private partnerships to gas supply, achieving gender diversity across the value chain, enhancing safety of the various types of gases, LPG or CNG, and optimizing its use in very different forms, either gas for our homes, gas for transport, or gas for industry. The agenda has reflected both depth and relevance. We commend the Nlcga for curating such a timely and pivotal dialogue. The ALDG remains deeply committed to collaborating with the Nlcga, especially in the CNG space, where our shared advocacy continues to shape policy, drive infrastructure growth, unlock patient capital, and promote mainstream adoption. Sitting in and listening to the first day of the conference, I was reminded of key areas which we had identified for collaboration as sister associations, and which I would like to re-emphasize again here. The first being issues around gas advocacy and increasing public enlightenment on the use for gas, its market opportunity, and especially about the safety for gases such as CNG in the transport sector. The President and I have had conversations on how we can work on deepening that public enlightenment and advocating for more use of gas. Enforcing regulatory and safety standards and compliance, especially with regard to CNG conversions, equipment, such as the CNG storage cylinders and the kits, as we have seen a few sharp practices, which has led to some incidences, and ensuring that the necessary regulatory and agencies are on top of that, and ensuring that those standards are being set and compliances are enforced. Financing, pushing for appropriate financing terms, and here we'll talk about tenor, interest rates, and acceptable securitization that match the peculiar characteristics of our gas industry. Important to mention here that a significant number of our members fall into the category which I'll call the missing middle in attracting funding. Too small for DFIs or private equity firms, and sometimes a bit too big for typical commercial bank lending, or not necessarily aligned to the typical tenure and rates that commercial banks typically provide. We need to further the collaboration to expanding funding options, looking at various sources, pension funds. Luckily, the Nlcga was here yesterday. How can we deepen and ensure that a significant part of that funding gets into the real sector, trying to drive taking gas to our homes, our industries, and for transport. And probably still looking at how we can revive or have a sector-led dedicated fund that can complement what the Midstream Gas Infrastructure Fund was set up to do. And in addition, collaborating further on gender diversity and inclusion in the gas industry, which was discussed extensively at a panel yesterday. So the work that associations like the Nlcga and ourselves do have never been more critical. We need clear and united voices from the sector, engaging regulators, decision makers, and operators alike to advance the urgent message that gas is not just the future, but a powerful tool for sustainable economic transformation, especially in this decade of gas. Thank you, and I wish us all a fruitful deliberation.
Without a doubt, all professional associations in the gas supply chain must speak with one voice to ensure that, yes, gas becomes the energy of today, the energy of tomorrow, and the energy of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, that was yet another goodwill address, and it was delivered by the Executive Secretary, Association of Local Distributors of Gas, ALDG, Mr. Oga Adejo Ogiri. Thank you, sir. Thank you for those words. At this time, we'd like to listen to the keynote address for day 2. And yes, that keynote address will be delivered by the Program Director, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. And yes, that will be delivered on his behalf by the Special Advisor to the Executive Chairman of the Presidential CNG Initiative. Please make welcome Omo Imokede. Round of applause for him as he takes the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. He sends his apologies. Unfortunately, he cannot be here today to share in this joyous occasion and session, but he has prepared something for us based on the event today. Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, stakeholders in the gas value chain, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this gathering of energy professionals, policymakers, and partners today. I appreciate the opportunity to share not just our progress, but our collective vision for a cleaner, more sustainable, and economically resilient Nigeria. I particularly would like to recognize and commend the President of the Nlcga and his dedicated team. Your consistent advocacy and leadership has kept national attention focused on the crucial role of gas, not just as a commodity, but as a strategic enabler of Nigeria's economic and energy future. I want to say congratulations to you, sir. By 2023, Nigeria was expending over 1 trillion naira monthly, approximately about 1.5 billion USD, on petrol subsidies, importing more than 75 million liters of PMS daily, despite producing 1.2 million barrels of crude oil per day and being richly endowed with natural gas. Between 2015 and 2023, petrol subsidies alone cost the nation over 11.4 trillion, while from 2012 to 2019, Nigeria lost about 4.7 billion to gas flaring. And that equivalently amounted to nearly 4 years of our national health budget as at the time. This was unsustainable. So when Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR made the bold announcement to make subsidy payments, which was planned to be removed in the PIA before he came into office on May 29, 2023, it marked more than a policy shift. It was a defining moment in our energy transition, a reset with the potential to unlock local resources, drive cleaner energy use, and build national resilience. In response, the Presidential Initiative on CNG was launched in October 2023 with a clear mandate to champion compressed natural gas and electric vehicles as affordable, accessible, and sustainable alternatives to petrol and diesel in Nigeria's transport sector. Our strategy is anchored on 3 core pillars. 1, incentivize adoption by deploying and financing CNG platforms for mass transit, distributing conversion kits at discounted rates, and offer incentives, including training, to accelerate nationwide conversion. 2, facilitate investments, bridging infrastructure and workshop gaps across the value chain by enabling private capital to flow into CNG supply, distribution, and service delivery networks. 3, regulate for growth. Ensure zero incident safety compliance with promoting interoperability, speed of adoption, and public trust in clean mobility technologies. As at the time of the inception, Nigeria's CNG infrastructure could only boast of about 23 mother compression stations, roughly about 20 refueling stations, and 7 conversion workshops. To catalyze the space, we launched targeted programs, targeted projects, and partnerships to include the Conversion Incentive Program, partnerships with the Credit Corps with regards to its CALM scheme, the Credit Access for Light Mobility, fare reduction programs, diesel retrofit programs, the Rideshare Conversion Incentive Program, PTAP, which is our PCNGI Training and Awareness Program, the NGVMS, which is the Nigeria Gas Vehicle Monitoring System, which is designed to ensure reliability, integrity, acceptability, and safety of mobility in the CNG ecosystem. And lastly, the Mobility CNG Framework. All these were delivered in collaboration with private sector, state governments, and key MDAs. Under 2 years from inception, we have been able to deliver about 350 plus conversion centers, 100,000 plus kits and cylinders procured, CNG presence across 20 states, across 6 geopolitical zones, actively participating in the CNG initiative. About 1.1 billion in private sector investments have been mobilized for infrastructure, manufacturing, and logistics. 28 operational mother stations with others under construction, up to 10 mini LNG plants at various stages of completion, 86 regulatory standards launched with the SON, the EVs set to be launched this month, piloting in about 3 to 4 pilot cities, and the IDEC, which is the tax import duty waivers, to enable free movement of alternative gas, CNG, and also EV energy assets with regards to import duty and custom clearance. Now, it's important for us to understand what the next phase is. For us, our focus is shifting towards scale and sustainability. Accelerate nationwide adoption of CNG and EV platforms. Support local manufacturing and assembly to reduce import dependency. Expand refueling and conversion infrastructure, especially in underserved areas. Strengthen technical capacity through vocational and certification programs. Drive private sector-led innovation across the mobility ecosystem. Yes, there are real challenges, especially in gas availability, pipeline access, pricing, and infrastructure. But we are actively working with our partners to alleviate this. It is also important to note that we do the right things in terms of permits and licensing applications so as to prevent unnecessary delays while we strive to ensure fast tracking and to resolve lagging issues in order to unlock the full potential of natural gas in Nigeria. Let me also use this opportunity to also appreciate all our core partners, the Ministry of Petroleum Gas, NUPRC, NMDPRA, NMPC, MDGIF, GACN, FRS, SON, and other critical stakeholders, some of them who are here today, for their continued support to the PICNG and the mandate set. Investing in CNG isn't just good for the environment, it's smart economics. Lower transport costs for households, SMEs, and logistic companies. It boosts domestic gas demand, improving forex retention. Creates direct and indirect jobs in manufacturing, conversions, and also services. It also strengthens national energy security by leveraging local resources, and also stimulates innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology transfer in clean energy. In closing, we are not just fueling vehicles, we're powering the future of Nigeria. With every bus converted, every technician trained, every station built, we deliver on a vision of hope, efficiency, and sustainability. In line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we are redefining how Nigerians move and what powers that movement. Let us invest, innovate, and build a cleaner, cheaper, more resilient energy future, not just for ourselves, but for the generations to come. Together, let's keep driving this transformation. I thank you very much.
The presidential initiative on CNG is making its impact felt. And yes, we've listened to their emerging success story, highlighted by the important landmarks achieved in these sectors that they played in over the past 2 years. And yes, we've just had a front row seat as that keynote address provided insight into how they are charting a course for the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the special advisor to the executive chairman, Presidential Initiative on CNG, Nlcga. And yes, he delivered that address on behalf of the program director, PICNG, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. Thank you very much once again for that keynote address. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first presentation for today, and that will be delivered by none other than the Managing Director, Falcon Corporation, Professor Joseph Ezigbo. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage for his presentation. Once we're done with that presentation, we'll move straight to take words from the Coordinating Director, Decade of Gas Secretariat, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mr. Ed Ubong. And once we're done with that, we'll move straight to the first panel session. All right, MD Falcon Corporation, Professor Joseph Ezigbo, you have the floor, sir, for your presentation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel deeply honored to stand before you again after, well, I keep doing this every year. And every year I ask myself, should I actually keep doing this? But I said to myself, like the voice crying in Ramah, shouting, I think I've done this over 30 years. And I believe in this country, I believe in Nigeria. If not, I won't be standing here. But I'm hoping that one day, the voice, not just my voice, the voice of each and every one of us will get to the right places where I hope the women can help us drive it home. Because the men who have tried to drive it were having issues. I'm hoping that somewhere along the line the women will drive it and drive it home so that people that will hear. Because the women, they are our mothers. And maybe they will tell us children, my child, behave yourself. And maybe we'll start listening and start behaving. And hopefully we'll get a better Nigeria. Like I keep saying, I keep shouting every year, I keep talking. Have we had any improvement ever since then? Yes. Has it been what I would have expected? The answer is no. Is it for want of trying? The answer is no. Nigeria is filled up with policies and regulations, but the point is that any policy is as good as the people operating that policy. So what has happened is that we make fantastic, beautiful policies. Even though there are loopholes in those policies, we still find that we are unable to implement those policies. And because of that, we have our issues. Today, I'll try to look at the pathways for advancing the optimal Nigerian gas market performance. I'll try and look at this I want to look at the historical, look at the background, the historical context, look at the current state of Nigerian gas market, the necessary path to the optimal market growth, and then let's summarize it briefly. But you see, the sum total, or what I'm trying to say here, is we've said it over and over and over again. Come to Nigeria, we have about 209 trillion cubic feet of gas. This is gas that were discovered while looking for oil. We have not actually started looking for gas. But I think we are getting to a point now where it's going to be on the front burner, where we have to look for gas, because gas is our future. It's the world's future. It determines where good industries develop and grow. For the developing countries like Nigeria, gas will, should, and play a major role in our development. The industries will be guided with positions where the gas is located, and at times people ask you, which one comes first? Is it the gas or is it the industry? Chicken and the egg. However, what I keep saying is that, like in most civilized countries, the government get their acts together and put the infrastructure in place. The public sector now arrange industries scattered around those gas pipelines for industrial growth. But where the political and the economic will is lacking, then there's an issue. Because then there's a struggle between who puts in the infrastructure. Unless you have a country where you have patient capital that can wait out years, then you can put the infrastructure and allow the industries to cluster around the gas pipelines. But where do we find the patient capital? That is the problem. If you take a look at my introduction says, gas is fundamental to Africa's economic survival. I see gas as the bedrock for any industry that will grow within our system. It says without gas, African economies will be killed. So Adesina said that, very correct. But it is not just Africa, it's also Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria, it's also for the world. Recall what happened when at the beginning of the war, Ukraine war. What happened? The countries went back to coal without any apologies to anybody. They went back to coal comfortably, and nobody raised an eyebrow. Nobody said anything. But yet they will tell us in Africa, you dare not use your coal, you dare not use your wood, you must stick to clean energy. But yet, when the issues arise, without any question and apologies, they go back to where it began. So, but is it necessary? Of course, it's necessary. The growth of the energy, the industrial growth in Africa will be dependent on gas. Take a look at the gas. We say we have 209, but if you take a look at the overhead maps and the volume of gas that could be in Nigeria, we're looking at about, they say, 600 trillion cubic feet. But I can assure you that by the end of the day, when we actually start looking for gas, we may even end up with 600 to 1,000 trillion cubic feet of gas in this country of ours. And what are we doing with it? That is the question. We'll today try and look at the growth, the progress that has been made in our own attempt. What have we put in place to ensure that we maximize the utilization of our gas? Be it LPG, be it natural gas, be it the new initiative PSCNG, where we try to develop the utilization of gas for vehicular purposes. If you look at the growth of LPG, we are saying we're formulated all through the Decade of Gas, the PIB, we put them all together to try and see if we can drive the growth of gas in Nigeria. But has that helped us? Yes. Has it grown the way we would have anticipated? The answer is no, it hasn't yet. Like I keep saying, we make laws in Nigeria, but do we actually obey our laws? You make a law in this country, give it 2, 3, 4, 5 months. A group of people will come together and discuss and decide how to subvert that law and then kill it. But whatever happens, we'll keep passing policies, we'll keep passing laws, and one day we will begin to obey them. What progress have we made? It included the growth. We're talking about the growth of LPG from 270 tons to about 1.5. But we are saying that we need to grow it to about 5 million tons. But today, we're still talking about 1.5. So we are at least 3.5 million tons shy to meet up the 2030. Can we get there? Yes, of course we can get there. But how can we get there? It's going to take concerted effort from everybody. Government, the public sector, the population, to try and drive the utilization of natural gas, of LPG to the 5 million tons we are hoping can happen. You take a look at also the policies that the policies are passing to move the NGV from 100,000 to 1 million. Today, we have maybe 100,000. We still have about 900,000 to bring it to where we want it. Can we get there? It's a long, difficult trek because we're not running to it, we're trekking to it. So it's long and difficult. But with all of us, all hands on deck, we will eventually get there. But you see, infrastructure, they say, determines everything. Again, this is where, as I said, the admin issue, the infrastructure is the basic problem that we have. Infrastructure is the basic problem that we have. Put the infrastructure in place, like I said. Every other thing we aggregate around the infrastructure for the development and for the anticipated gas revolution that we're still planning for the country. But if you look at the historical perspectives and say, how have we done, starting from the early hours? Because what actually drove me into gas? I keep telling people, I'm a medical parasitologist by training. I have no business in gas. But from medical parasitology, I migrated into gas distribution. Simply because I flew into Port Harcourt from Lagos. Landed in Port Harcourt by 8 in the evening. As we came down, it was like daylight. And ever since then, 30 years ago, I've not slept well. All I've been doing is, how can I pipe gas? How can I distribute gas? How can I move LPG? How can we convert it into other various uses that will enable us to utilize our humongous amount of gas that we have in this country? Gas that have made this country one of the most financially viable country in Africa, if not the world. But what has happened? We're wasting it. If we take a look at our journey from 1970, when we started producing LG, supplying it by the refineries, we had little depots where you stored them. That this got moved on with the policy shifts of the 2000, with the market reforms that came in to drive the growth of not just distributing the gas with pipelines, but also the growth of depots where we can store our LPG. Then go past 2000 to 2016, we saw an increase. There's a resurgence of utilization of LPG. Again, with the decade of gas, and then the age of CNG, where we saw gradually the involvement of government in an attempt to put in policies, encourage the growth of financial support that allowed the development and growth of the industries. The trend for LPG development, if you take a look at it, it started from, we agreed that Nigeria consumed 1.5 million, which grew to 90,000, going from 19,000 in 2007. Now we're anticipating that 2030 will have 5 million. The due regulation of LPG kerosene and the removal of VAT and LPG equipment made LPG the market winner. It allowed people to now come in because it modulated the pricing for LPG, allowing the drop in prices for people to be interested in it. Recent economic shocks, however, open new opportunities for LPG for power to replace PMS with the deregulation of PMS and the increase in price, and so LPG now became viable for use and for also energy for power generation. Imports have declined. Again, you say, why do we have enough LPG in country to stop LPG importation? The answer is no, we don't. But the imports have decreased because, again, it's no longer viable because of our policies. The next phase requires the creation lock the 3.5 million that is required to bring it to our dream. Is a long walk. But the young man sitting over there with broad shoulders has the capacity to lift this country and lift LPG from where it is at the moment to where we want it to be. Good luck to you. The MGV, this area, again with the due regulation, what happened? There is an urgent need to find an alternative fueling, alternative fuel for vehicles, but there are issues here, very serious issues. The issues are the fact that we still need properly regulated groups to ensure the safety of our vehicles. From now and again, we have explosion here, explosion there. Again, because we need a body to actually regulate the converters that convert our vehicles and also ensure. I understand in the Far East, they suddenly, around Indonesia, they stopped utilization of kits for vehicles because they found fault with them. So it was banned. They are finding their way back into Nigeria. And unless care is taken and we find a way to ensure they don't come in, we're going to have more accidents coming up in the future. However, the PCNGI has come in to help. They are providing kits for commercial vehicles. What about non-commercial vehicles? What are we going to do with them? Other countries like Canada, like India, came on board to help support the growth. But what are we doing? Do we have enough kits in country? We're trying to see if it's possible to have more than excess so that it will get to everybody. But there's one thing I find very disheartening. Nigeria is a Tukumba country. And because it is a Tukumba country, how many people will buy a Tukumba car for 2-3 million naira and want to spend 1.something million naira to convert it to fire and gas? Very few. Despite the fact that if you do the economics for them, they will see the benefits of using gas. But where would the 1.something million naira come for them to do the conversion? That is the problem that we need to resolve. That's the problem the PCNG initiative will have to think about. Because all our vehicles today, 70-80% of them are Tukumba cars on our roads. So we need to think, what do we do? How do we get round it? The best thing would be really to bring in CNG vehicles raw, without the conversion. But however, we already have millions of vehicles that must use the gas. So we need to find a way to convert them. We need, all hands must be on deck, and we must all think about it. Although at the moment, conversion is slow, acceptance is safe and sound and cheap. But then it will take the attention of everybody to ensure that this is made possible. Current state of Nigerian market, Nigerian gas market. If you take a look at if you look at the chain, if you look at where we started from production right through to refineries to bulk storage, and then the gas processing to LPG, and then right down to the end users, and for the CNG, that's at city gas stations, compressions, to the delivery points for vehicular fill-ups. Then the next thing is, what's the strategy? What is the strategic background to ensure the movement of all this? They say reaching optimal performance is a matter of strategy and time. I would say strategy and time and space. Because if you can strategize, if you don't have the time, it's no use somewhere which we're going to throw it forward. So it's no use as well. The environment must support the adoption of gas for domestic use, transportation, industrial use, and on-site. There is no low-income, high-energy country. It doesn't exist. If there's a low, if the income is low, the utilization will be low. You know, I was talking to somebody today, and I said to him, if you take a look at Nigeria, I look at Nigeria as a country that has been piled down deep. The piles are deep, but the piles are not strong. And yet, we have a foundation, we are building a beautiful edifice on top of that pile. What will happen? When you have built a very big, magnificent structure on top, because the pile is not good, it will tilt. And what are we doing here? All we're doing is patchwork. When you patch this area, the other area, it tilts to the left again. We patch the left, it tilts backward. We patch it again. What we need to do is to go down to the piles and repair the pile, make it strong, so it can carry the beautiful edifice you and I have planned for, you and I want to see. But we need to get there. We need to plan strategically how we can do this. It can't be done in one day. It cannot be done with policies. It cannot be done with patchwork. It cannot be done with laws. We need a commitment. We need the political. We need the economic will. And also we need the strength of character to be able to do it. In the absence of these three, we might as well say we're wasting our time. Furthermore, the strength of gas infrastructure depends on the strength of the national economy and the policy and implementation. Then, like I said initially, it's a question of which one comes first, the industry or the infrastructure. The infrastructure comes first, and the industries run along it. So who provides the infrastructure? Like I said, if we do have patient capital that prepared to wait, then it is possible for the common sector to actually set it up. Unless that happens, then the government, they have a duty to put the infrastructure in place. I recall about 20 years ago, when the governors of the northern region met and started talking about AKK. It was like a joke. But today, AKK is almost a reality. At that point in time, it was not economical. As we speak now, it may not even still be economical, but we're trying to make it economical. After so many, their resilience and their stubbornness, dogged stubbornness to stay with it. What are we doing in the South? And the question I asked once in Abuja, and I said to them, we have AKK, Ajokuta, Kaduna, Kano. Where is the gas coming from? Why don't we have the name of one of the places where the gas is coming from in the South and attach it to the AKK for it to make sense? This is our country, but we will survive. Talk about in terms of LPG, the challenges in LPG industry, look at regulatory, financial, and then demand. Regulatory, I think we have enough of regulations at the moment. Financial, do we have enough resources? We should, if people sat down to prepare economically viable project, money will follow it. But we need to do that. Economic decline versus increased LPG pricing. But you see, when I talk about the economy, our governments, are they doing enough to give us interest-free, interest-reduced loans to do this project? The answer is yes. I must take time off a little bit to talk about Bank of Industry. I think Bank of Industry is one and only institution of government that has lived up to its expectations. Because each time you go to them with sufficient data on what you want to do, BOI will support you for nothing. They'll come and help you even build it. Others, the money is there, you have to get a consultant, and you get a consultant, and the consultant builds you out of this roof. So you end up not taking the money, or you end up taking the money and face the consequences. That is the problem. Then we look at the next, quickly, the optimal market growth. We look at demand stimulation, public awareness campaigns, and then improved regulatory coordinations, supporting structures that we need to put in place, and then the proper economic coordinations. And then finally, in summary, I would say direction, they say, is more important than speed. Because you don't have a direction, you're speeding, you don't know where you're going to. Even if you get there, you don't even know you've gotten there. The growing gas market is supported by intentionality, must be supported by intentionality of government. But purposiveness in most places is lacking. Key restraints preventing the market from optimal development are regulatory, financial, and commercial. The solutions to these are regulatory, ensuring transparency, stability, and efficiency via multi-agency collaborations, financial grants, tax credits, and low-interest financial requirement. Again, we talked about government role in providing finance low cost, which in most cases they've done, which in most cases fail to help the industries to grow because of the obstacles and the impediments put on the part of those seeking those facilities. Subsidies, this again, I'm so worried about when I mention subsidies because I know what subsidies did to Nigeria and what we did eventually in retrieving ourselves from those subsidies. So talking about subsidies, unless if it is properly organized. But are we ready for it? The answer is no, but God will help us. The best way, therefore, to predict the future is to create it. If you create the future, then you can predict it. But if you're able to create it, then you can predict it. In Nigeria, creating the future is so difficult because tomorrow is unknown to us. We live by the day. They say we live from hand to mouth as we walk down the road. We have the opportunity to determine what our industry will become. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to take action. I'll say thank you. And hopefully, God helping us, we'll get there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, that was a holistic assessment of the current state of the Nigerian gas market and the pathways for moving that market to achieving optimal performance. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a presentation delivered by the Managing Director, Falcon Corporation, Professor Joseph Ezigbo. Allow me to beg your indulgence. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that presentation. All right, very quickly, we'll take words from the Coordinating Director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat, the Federal Government of Nigeria initiative launched in 2021. Please make welcome Mr. Ed Ubong. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol, but of course to recognize our very able president of the Nlcga, indefatigable Prof. Ezigbo. I was just telling the president if I'm able to be doing all these activities at Prof's age, I will take it happily. Of course, we have the ALDGES, representatives of the chairman of PCNGI in the room. I see Adeshina, a very passionate LPG advocate. I see Smart Gas, now Smart Energies. I see my former employer in the room, Shell, represented by one of our young, emerging leaders, Fei herself. So not a lot of us have great hairs. But it's a pleasure to be here. I just felt that I needed to come in just to provide a little bit of context around where things are in Abuja and also the rest of the country around an overarching Decade of Gas initiative. Maybe move quickly 3 slides so I can save some time. Right, while we wait for the slideshow to start, I think there is a need for structure around how we attempt to solve most of the problems that Professor Ezigbo had sort of indicated. And he had, of course, stepped through history, various initiatives, until where we are. But I always like to sort of think about this from a demand perspective, a supply perspective, an infrastructure perspective, a pricing perspective, and of course, building the right capacity. One more slide. And that's how we've sort of tried to segment what needs to happen in the sector with a long-term view. Not necessarily today, but more of what needs to happen over 5 years, over 10 years, over 15, over 20 years. One more slide. The first question, let's stay here. I think the first question we always ask is, who will utilize the gas? Both today and in 2030. If there is no credible demand, the sector would not move forward. Today, on the domestic side, for the first time, we are now consuming over 2 BCF of gas per day. LNG exports are now going back up higher than where it was for the past 3 to 5 years. Something is happening in a focused manner during the administration of Mr. President. He's swearing in the appointment of a gas minister, the various initiatives that he has sort of given a free hand. Guys, go, try and grow this market, is beginning to yield the results that we all expect. When you talk about demand today, there are over 215 gas projects, cumulatively, that can consume about 30 BCF a day by 2030. That's a lot of gas. That's a lot of gas. Those 215 projects, 90% of them are all private sector driven. Our current thinking is that if all of them were to go on stream, we would need upwards of $30 billion invested in country. Can we crack 30 billion cubic feet a day by 2030? I'm not sure. So what we are now doing is to step back and say, what are the top 50 most credible gas utilization projects in Nigeria? And we will work with that group to be sure that we handhold them, whether it is financing they need, whether it is infrastructure limitations, whether it is capacity, whether it is licenses. We would work with them to ensure that they are ready by 2030. When we take that approach, the gas supply volumes halve dramatically and look more like 12 to 15 BCF a day. That sort of then takes me to the bucket C, which is, can we make available 12 to 15 BCF a day by 2030? The answer to that is yes. There, I give special thanks to a lot of the upstream players who need to invest an upward of $25 billion to deliver those volumes. With the fiscal reforms implemented by the SA's team, we've seen changes in fiscal. We've seen the waivers granted by the Federal Ministry of Environment, the VAT waivers, the IDEC waivers. We've seen the aggressive push by NMDPRA to fast-track licensing between them and the Federal Ministry of Environment. We've seen the MDGIF open up itself to take applications from players who are just entering the gas market. It takes a lot of trust. If you are not in the gas market, you are not operating, and government gives you money. Otherwise, you'll be talking, I was just joking with the president that 30% interest rates, as Prof mentioned. I struggle to see what sort of business you can do that works. He mentioned a particular business, but I wouldn't mention it. So on the supply side, today there are 20 projects fully identified with the buy-in of all the upstream players that will bring an additional 4.7 BCF of gas into the Nigerian market, moving us from about 8 BCF a day, where we currently are, to about 12.7 BCF. This week, you heard Shell make an announcement on a project called HI. $2 billion, 350 million scf a day. That's now locked in. Last year, you heard Total talk about the Ubeta project, $550 million, another 350 million scf a day, locked in. Early 2024, Shell had announced Iseni, 100% domestic gas project, flowing 100 million scf of gas a day, all the way to Aliko Dangote's fertilizer plant and refinery. We expect 2 more FIDs before the end of the year. What we are seeing now is that focused cadence around what needs to be done on the supply side to ensure that the volumes become available. So the picture is clear. But gas will not get from the suppliers to the off-takers if we do not put in place the right infrastructure. And there, on the back of the gas master plan, we had about 30 infrastructure projects that needed to be completed to ensure that there is the right feeder lines and main lines that ensure that we have gas where we need it. We cannot deliver those 32 projects before 2030. Initial cost was 22 billion. So we've now sat with NMPCL, EVP Gas and Power, a key advocate and driver for developing Nigeria's gas infrastructure, and we now have what we call the top 15 projects that need to be executed in the 2025-2030 window to provide connectivity. Prof mentioned that we did not have a particular name before AKK. So Prof, I can assure you that we're now looking at building a line that will take gas offshore the QIT area onto the Kwaibo terminal, and then there will be a loop line that takes that gas back to Obibo. Another line also coming back into Enugu that then allows that gas to feed into the main AKK line. So it is clear from the supply side, from the demand side, and from the infrastructure side. All this will not work if we do not have the right pricing. My slide has changed again. If we do not have the right pricing from end to end. And there we are asking the question, what is the right price that allows upstream to invest billions of dollars to bring gas to the surface? What is the right price that gas utilization project off-takers, which is equal to Nigerians and industries, need for them to work? Infrastructure is not free, even though a lot of it is built by the government. NGIC needs to be kept whole. So we're also asking the question, what is the right transportation tariff across that node that ensures that the whole of that sector works? So pricing is a key area, and I can give you an example. 2024, NMDPRA announced a price of about 2.42 per 1,000 scf of gas. Upstream producers were very happy. Power plants and gas utilization off-takers were screaming that the price is too high, especially when it gets to the end consumers on the CNG side and also on the retail industrial side. So in 2024, or in 2025, NMDPR has announced a new price at 213. We think, so at the 213, the upstream players are now saying, come on, now we've gone too low. Maybe this is not working for us anymore. Of course, the power plant players are now happier. The end customers are saying we are not seeing the change in pricing that reduction has created. We are still paying upwards of $7 by the time it gets to the end customer. So pricing is a tense conversation that we must continue to have with the regulator. On the LPG side, which is 100% deregulated, NLNG flows all its volumes back in country. There's an additional supplier now from the Dangote refinery. CIPCO has been producing LPG. Actually, we've seen LPG production go up, but Nigerians are still not seeing the full benefit of that deregulation. Last 2 weeks, the price of cooking gas is at levels that we have not seen before. Again, it says that there is something we need to continue monitoring and trying to answer the question, how do we make this whole value chain work a lot better? There you will see two focus areas on the plus. It's not by chance I'm here. There is domestic LPG because it affects millions of Nigerians. We need to make it work. There we're working very closely with the Nlcga. There's also gas to power. We need to fix that value chain because power and electricity would continue to account for 60 to 70% of Nigeria's domestic consumption. Electricity in our homes is not a luxury. Having power in your home is actually a basic necessity. Power, water, roof over your head, medical cover, housing. These are basic amenities which sit very close to the heart of Mr. President. But these in themselves are not easy challenges to solve. And I think it needs time, it needs a structural approach to get where we need to be. Of course, the Nlcga sits at the heart of trying to build the right capacity for gas, so we continue to work with them. How do we train the next generation to take over the sector, to run the facilities that are going to be built, and to build the sort of analysis that can grow the sector? We call these our 7 pillars. And it requires a lot of work across those sponsors group, across a wide steerco of over 50 stakeholders at each time, trying to answer most of the difficult questions. We have made progress. Like I said, gas supply is going up. We know where the demand centers are now on the gas utilization project. Infrastructure is moving up. Today, even though the OB3 has not been completed, there is a part of it has been completed that is already flowing 400 million scf of gas a day. If there is someone that would complete the OB3, it is the current EVP Gas and Power. I am very confident that we would get over the line very soon. On the issue of gas to power and all the debts, I'm sure you've read the announcements by the President and the SA's team. There's a 4 trillion bond conversation going on. There is a royalty settlement. But from the top of the house, from Mr. President, he has approved every proposal that will create sanity around the power sector. Of course, the Minister of Power also spoke about a new high grid that is discussing with China that may cost us another $2 billion. Lots is going on, and I'm confident that we'll begin to see the results. One more slide. I think we just keep going to the slide that has just the LPG focus as I sort of round up. So let's start from here. So the Minister 2024 set out directives. Guys, go and ensure that the price of LPG comes down. If you are currently exporting LPG, please find some way to domesticate it. We've seen some progress around those directives. Some of the ExxonMobil volumes that were exported around also are now being domesticated. Some conversations are ongoing around the Chevron volumes, but that work is ongoing. And that, of course, will contribute to our sort of volumes that we need to sort of see grow in the short term. One slide. 90 participants spent a whole day in Abuja just discussing LPG. What needs to be done by who, when, how do we compare with countries like Algeria and other countries in terms of pricing and all of that. That work was completed and handed over to the regulator, who will begin to work some of the recommendations that the cross-stakeholder group provided. One slide. What you see there are the high-level outcomes from that conversation. There are short-term measures that you would see still under the umbrella of a non-regulated market. NMDPRA is supposed to provide more monitoring so that we can answer the question once and for all while pricing is so high, even when we think there are increased productions from various sources. They're talking of maybe a West African benchmark. They're also thinking of, do we need to introduce RRPs? All that are short-term measures. The industry doesn't think that that is what will solve the solution or solve the problem long-term. In the long term, we see eight areas where there can be some focused intervention. I've already spoken about one. Export volumes need to come back in the medium term. How do you ensure that operators produce more LPG? Some costs along the value chain, trucks, roads, and all of that. Small margins, but they add up to the end user price. And then, of course, one of the key areas is you need more depots, terminals to increase blending. Because in some areas, we see very high volumes of propane, but to get to cooking gas, you need the right mix of butane and propane. And a lot of that work would be done, again, by the private sector players. So in the medium term, one more slide. These are things you would see a lot of focus over the next years. Production, how do we get to 5 million tons per annum? Like we were discussing with the president of Nlcga, if we don't do nothing, we're going to hover around that 1.5 to 2 million tons per annum. But where we need to be, you can see there is an arrow pointing up, quite a big jump. We think that on the infrastructure side, you may need close to $8 to $9 billion, both around terminals, local storage capacity, blending, dredging, shipping, and all of that. The last bit, of course, is what we have heard from a lot of Nigerians. The initial cost of getting cylinders is too high. So we are not even getting into the value chain. And there, the minister, with the mandate of Mr. President, is committed to causing 5 million homes to move to cleaner cooking. What that means is that we need to inject about 1 million cylinders each year, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I asked the president of the Nlcga, if there was money today, where are we going to get 1 million new cylinders? He told me, Ed, we can get the gas, but there's a lot of work from the private sector to ensure that that aspiration is met. And I think it will require local manufacturing to step up, while, of course, where there are gaps, we would still need to import. But it is something that keeps me awake. If government and private sector sponsors made available money to deploy 1 million cylinders, where will it come from? And please, if you have answers, ideas, If you are a player there on how you can close that gap, please feel free to talk to the DOGS representative. I think Edu is somewhere. Because we really want that answered before money is made available to move ahead. That is where I would like to stop by saying that under the president's current leadership, the decade of gas is largely on track. Thank you.
Without a doubt, we've seen very, very commendable initiatives from the Decade of Gas Secretariat towards ensuring that Nigeria becomes a gas-powered economy by the year 2030. That was the coordinating director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat, the federal government initiative launched in 2021. Mr. Ed Ubong, thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you for giving us the information that we need to be sure that, yes, the Decade of Gas initiative is indeed on track. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move straight to the first panel session. And yes, remember we have 2 panel sessions that will come up very, very quickly. And once we're done with those 2 panel sessions, we'll move straight to the final sessions. All right, so for session 1, the topic is private sector role in driving infrastructure development. And yes, that is the topic for session 1. For session 2, the topic is technology shaping the future of the gas sector. For session 3, CNG, LNG potential in logistics. And for session 4, we have CNG safety and risk management. Our speakers are ready and raring to go. And yes, very, very quickly, they will be adding their voices to the conversation and ensuring that we enrich the discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax. Remember, we have an opportunity to ask questions. So yes, those sessions promise to be quite interactive. So as the sessions commence, please ensure that you keep your questions handy, as we'll have that opportunity to address those issues much later. All right, please join me to welcome our first panelist for session 1 of day 2. She's representing the managing director. All right, thank you. Please join me to welcome our first panelist. And yes, she will be representing the Managing Director, Shell Nigeria Gas Limited, Mr. Ralph Bobo. She's the Manager, New Business Development, Shell Energy Nigeria. Please make welcome Faye Fabumi. Round of applause for her as she takes the stage. Right in the middle will just be fine, ma'am. The chair in the middle, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That one. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. You're most welcome, ma'am. It is an honor to have you with us today. Please also join me to welcome our second panelist, the Chief Executive Officer, Power Gas Nigeria. Please make welcome Sumit Singh. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. You're most welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you with us today. Right beside her will just be fine. We'll leave 2 seats empty. Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our third panelist, the Managing Director of Falcon Corporation, Professor Joseph Ezigwe. A round of applause for him as he joins the conversation. Right beside Faye Fabum will just be fine. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome once again. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have the full complement of our panel on stage. And to drive the conversation, right here, sir. Exactly. And to drive the conversation, please join me to welcome the Corporate Brand and Identity Advisor, Nigeria LNG, Ben Akputi. Round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Right beside me will just be fine, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, that is it for session 1 of day 2. And remember, the topic for session 1 is private sector role in driving infrastructure development. Mr. Moderator, let the conversation begin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, and welcome to the 15th Nlcga conference once again, an exhibition, and thanks to the... So first off, when I saw the invite, and I noticed there was no lady, I said to myself, okay, so there is no diversity here. But it's good that we have Feye in the room, and thanks for coming. Indeed, I also want to say thank you to the coordinating director, Decade of Gas as well, for that fantastic presentation. I felt like you had sort of done a master class to what the conversation is going to be. I wish you were also here as well to also add your voice, but at some point we probably would pivot to you. And I also want to thank Prof as well for asking those very critical questions, really. So I will just get right into the conversation. Essentially, recall that we're talking the role of the private sector in driving infrastructure development. I think this is one conversation that is in the heart of national development. If you remember very well, the World Bank had released some publications saying that Nigeria currently has over $100 billion in terms of infrastructure deficit. Now, this is where the interesting twist is. You would need between 100 to 150 billion US dollars for the next decade, a decade as 10 years, to be able to bridge that gap, or maybe 3 trillion, for the next 30 years. And where it becomes more of concern is the fact that the private sector is responsible for 85% of that figure, and the public sector is only responsible for 15% of it. So what that tells you is the growth of this country, the development of infrastructure, not just with regards to the gas sector, but entirely the socioeconomic development of the country relies so much on the private sector. And this is where I'm just going to go straight to Feye, and I'm just going to be asking the very hard questions, really. One of the reasons I love my job is I don't get to answer the questions, I just get to ask. All right, so let's talk about, Shell Nigeria Gas. You guys are one of the pioneers, really, of natural gas infrastructure development. And, we're talking far back as 1990s. From the small beginning, Shell has also grown to develop infrastructure in multiple cities. What would you say have been the critical steps Shell development, critical steps in Shell development, and how they've been able to continue, that development in terms of gas infrastructure, really?
Thank you, Ben. And standing on existing protocols, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to lend our voice and perspectives to this discourse. As you rightly pointed out, yes, Shell Nigeria Gas has been a pioneer in the natural gas domestic distribution space, starting not only in Lagos and in Ota, but also Igbesa and Agbara, and we've also expanded our infrastructure blueprint to other parts of Nigeria, including the south-south and the southeast parts of Nigeria. In operating for over 25 years now, it's put us in a good position to be the natural partner of choice for our key stakeholders, government agencies, our business partners, and regulators to be well positioned to meet the ever-increasing energy demand requirements to service industrial and commercial customers across the country. Since we began operations in Ota, we have, like I mentioned, expanded to other areas as well, and it's been through a series of deliberate steps that we have taken. They have been strategic as well. Primarily, I would start by saying there are 3 of them. So there's the early infrastructure that we have done, the strategic expansions, and also critical investment in technology and safety. So with the early expansions, putting down the first pipelines in Ota and the ancillary facilities to enable increased usage of gas in those areas, that has basically laid the platform for us to continue the expansions that we have experienced thus far. with respect to the strategic collaborations, we always want to work together with our key stakeholders to ensure that the success of our infrastructure development, that there's shared ownership in that success, and that these infrastructure developments, that they are successful, and that they are able to bring the right development to the key areas where it is that we're planning to do them. Now, going from the successes that we have experienced in OTA as well, we've been able to expand to other areas, as I mentioned earlier. And a lot of that is also enabled by understanding critically what the customer requirements are in those particular areas. Stakeholder management, like I mentioned, is also important. And also the commercial viability of these investments has been a lot of the things that have spearheaded the investment decisions and the growth in our infrastructure blueprint as we are experiencing today. But last and not the least is the investment that we continue to make in modern technology and ensuring that we maintain a strict adherence to safety standards in line with the global standards that are out there. And this ensures that our operations, that they are sustainable, they're safe, they're reliable, and that we are able in the long term to continue to drive industrialization in those particular areas. So those, I would say, are the major steps that we have taken, deliberate strategic steps to ensure that we continue to expand and grow the domestic gas market in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Faye. Thanks. I think she deserves a round of applause, really. Thank you. I mean, you talked about shared ownership, you talked about understanding the customer's requirements, also building on sort of just leveraging the momentum that you built from your very first project, the successes, and just leveraging all of that to really move the needle in the direction that you want. I'm going to go to Sumet. We're talking power gas now. I mean, you guys started out as power producer. At some point, you then pivoted into undertaking your own gas infrastructure development by investing in CNG virtually, CNG virtual pipeline model. My question to you would be, I want you to talk a little bit about, because, I mean, Faye had come from the point of the success, so it kind of looked very rosy. I want you to tell us about the challenges really that you faced and how exactly you've been able to surmount those challenges. I mean, it's been a decade long, really.
Good question. And once again, good afternoon, everybody. So for us, it was always about solving the problem. So as you rightly pointed out, we started off as a power producer. We had, to the best of our knowledge, one of the first independent embedded power generation plants in OTA. And we did it on the Shell network, whereby we had an anchor customer, we put up the power plant, we were distributing power to the adjoining factories, and then we said, okay, this can be scaled up. But the problem was that the gas infrastructure was not available everywhere. So rather than waiting for the gas infrastructure to come, we worked with Shell, and at the same power plant, put up the first CNG plant, and we started trucking gas from there. And it was on the back of that the first suggestion that came to us for our expansion geographically also came from SNG. And I'm sorry, I always look at Ed because he was there at the time. But it also came from SNG, whereby we worked with them and we went to Aba, which was, technically speaking, a non-existent market. And we put up our first CNG plant outside the southwest in Aba in order to develop the market there. And the intention from day one was clear. Put up the CNG plant, develop the market, and the pipeline infrastructure will come by itself. Because gas in itself is, especially natural gas distribution, is a very peculiar sector. You can't put up the plant and wait for the customers to come because gas can't be stored, at least not in the form that the business that we're talking about, CNG or pipeline. So there's always a catch-22 that whether you put up the infrastructure first or you lay the pipeline first or you wait for the customers. That has, according to me, that has been one of the biggest challenges for the development of the sector, especially when it comes to large infrastructure, large-scale projects. You can't put up $1 billion down if you don't have the offtake or a line of sight on the offtakers in terms of the gas production and the gas offtake. So I believe that's where these smaller solutions of CNG and mini LNG have solved that problem. They have developed these pockets of market. The challenges, of course, were part of it because just by saying that, oh, we do CNG, our risks are less, not true. We also had to take that leap of faith that let's put up the compression and we can always expand on our logistics. So we can put up the compression plant, and as we get more customers, we can get more tube skids, we can get more tankers, so that we can expand the geographical reach of this gas availability, which would then happen. And the case in point is there. The first CNG plant, if I'm not wrong, was put up by almost 20 years ago in this country, right? Back in Benin by NIPCO. And if you notice, now Benin as a city has established gas network. Ota has reached Akbara. Abekuta didn't used to have any pipelines. Abekuta was developed on CNG, and today NGML has a network there. Aba was restricted to a particular area. Now the whole of Aba is covered by pipeline. And the best example, which has had a downward trickling effect, is the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. There was a point of time that the pipeline would come, Epafo had a city gate station, that's the end of it, and the gas would come into Lagos, the Lagos Metropolitan. And there was nothing on the highway going towards Ibadan. Just in the last 10 years, look at Google image satellite imagery, you would see at least 200 factories come up in that axis just because the gas was made available on the pipeline. So there are times that we do tend to undermine, because everybody thinks, oh, we're talking gas basically because we want to have fossil fuel development and upstream development. But the downstream trickling impact on the major economy is so underappreciated at times that it's amazing. Another metric that I'll use, because I would like to believe that we are closer to the market, which translates the language between gas and what the impact is, as I just explained, right? Nigeria used to be, and I'm not sure if people know this, Japan is the largest consumer of sesame seeds, right? Sesame oil. Nigeria used to be the largest exporter of crude sesame seeds to Japan. Just in the last 4 years, just in that axis that I mentioned that the pipelines are, now Nigeria is one of the largest crude sesame oil exporter to Japan, because all those industries have come up in that area. So yes, there are challenges, but there are upsides, both in terms of a business investment on return, but also the fact that when you're participating in a value chain which has such a big impact downstream on the major economy as well, that just makes you feel that you're doing something good about your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I like the approach you had adopted. First, establishing the fact that you came into a market and in a geographical location where the market was basically non-existent. And what you did was basically catalyze the market, create the demand, provide the resources, and then you began to watch the whole revolution happen, and of course, open up opportunities for a lot of other players as well. And you talked about the fact that problem solving is essentially at the heart of what you do. It's about creating value and then getting value in exchange. Again, one of the things I would say about wonderful panelists that we have up here is the fact that you make it look simple, really. And I'm trying to drive down to what are the challenges that we face. And this is where I come to Prof, really. You know, if you look at Falcon Corporations from inception, you've really focused on, you know, primarily gas distribution, infrastructure development, and even in your presentation, you opened up, you know, a whole lot of conversation elements that are very pivotal to the success of, you know, infrastructure development. My question to you is this: how have you been able to build those solid strategic partnerships in developing those infrastructure? Because it's key at the end of the day. You can't do it alone. You have to just rely on partnership. How have you been able to do that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you once again. I recall in 1993, when I was planning to leave the university to go into business, a medical parasitologist planning to go into gas, and it was a huge leap. But what gave me hope was the fact that I was convinced that gas, then in 1987, was going to be our way of life, was going to save Nigeria. I thought about that in 1987. So in 1994, I actually left the university, and with my wife, we started Falcon Petroleum then in Port Harcourt. Our first objective then was to take gas from Aba to Warranta and Osisioma. We made our presentations to NGC. NGC said it was brilliant, but they don't own the gas, we should go to Shell. So we came back to Shell. And we did about 5 presentations to Shell. They were quite excited. Unbeknown to us at that point in time, Shell Gas was on drawing board. So by the time we finished discussing, we had high hopes that they will give us the first franchise in Nigeria to pipe gas from Aba to Warrenta and Osisioma, hopefully to Owerri. Shell Gas was born. And that threw us that threw us away. And so we now came back to Shell again. So what do? They said, okay, they asked us to come in as converters of the industry. When they bring the gas to the industry, we convert the industry to fire natural gas. And that's where we started from. But Warrenta didn't take off. Then GasLink came on then. So we moved from Port Harcourt and came to Lagos. And the first company to receive gas in Nlcga, Falcon, with a lot of mistakes, converted that to fire on natural gas. We ended up converting about 90% of the industries for GasLink and also for Shell Gas. And then the corridor became available, and then we bid for a corridor. You'll ask the question really, when we were bidding for a corridor, I knew we didn't have the finance. But we sat down and did a thorough work, because I keep telling people that call me on a daily basis, how did you do it, where did you start from? And I said to them, you need to be resilient, you need to be focused, you need to be steadfast. The pains are so much, because I know it took Falcon 10 years to move into gas distribution eventually. 10 years we were in the wilderness. We did everything. 10 years we couldn't even put food on the table was difficult. And they say, here's a professor who is unable to put food on the table because he has abandoned his discipline. He has gone into gas. But I made up my mind then that nothing was going to shake me. And I stayed with it. It took resilience. It took dogged madness, as I would call it then. Because my colleagues in the university thought I was crazy. But it took dogged madness to keep me in business until it succeeded. However, at the point in time we got a corridor, we didn't have any money because I just left the university. I didn't have a dime. But that's why I keep telling people, you need to develop a package that is economically viable, that is foolproof, and money will simply follow you. But what I did at that point in time was, the industries in the corridor, I met them and I said, you need gas, yes. I showed them, I did the arithmetic for them, showed them what it will take for them to switch on to gas. And they said, are you sure? I said, here's my letter authorized me to distribute gas here, so I'll give you the gas. But you also need to do something to show me you need the gas. I got them to give me bank guarantees. I took their bank guarantees, went to the bank, Intercontinental Bank, gave it to them, and they gave me 700 million naira. And that was the seed money I used in building my first gas pipeline in the corridor, without having, So as it grew, others came in. They kept on giving us guarantees, and we used as collateral to raise money to build it. Halfway through, after we developed the corridor, it became clear to us, because again, the same Port Harcourt, everything started for us from Port Harcourt. I went to my cousin's house in Port Harcourt to buy LPG, and the price was out of the roof. I live in Lagos. I buy LPG. Where is the LPG coming from? From Nlcga. And I said, wow. If I had a lot of storage facilities in Port Harcourt, where the product is coming from, then the entire Port Harcourt will have gas cheaper than it is in Lagos. You don't make LPG in Port Harcourt, and then it's more expensive in Port Harcourt than in Lagos, because you put it in a vessel and ship it to Lagos, put it in storage facilities, then the vessel available, I think about 30,000 metric ton. We didn't have 30,000 storage facility in Lagos. He has to bring the gas, weight, demurrage, vessel cost, storage. When you put it in small tankers and drive it in a fantastic roads back to Port Harcourt to go and sell. I thought it was criminal. And that was the first thing that led us to say, no matter what it's going to cost us, we're going to do a storage facility in Port Harcourt. Today, in the next 2 months, we're going to commission the first 10,000 metric ton of LPG storage farm in Port Harcourt. We're also into the Lagos Free Zone. Well, we've done the stations and we're about to connect gas for the industries in the Lagos Free Zone. So we now also have another distribution center at the Lagos Free Zone. What am I saying to people? You need the resilience. You need to sit down and plan. Because a lot of people say, oh, there's money here. No, without thinking, they move into it, they rush into it. You need to sit down and do a lot of brain work first. Have a seal-proof plan. And believe you me, if it's well thought out and well planned, you see money will run after you. But you must have the integrity for people to know that once you got it, you must deliver on it. So we've tried in our own little way to try and see how we can grow not just natural gas distribution, also LPG storage and also distribution. That's something we're planning now that our station is complete. That's something I call the franchising model. This franchising model is geared towards driving LPG utilization in the entire East, where we're able to create refilling plants strategically in the eastern region, and then have an umbilical cord sort of relationship between those delivery plants and our tank farm in Port Harcourt. What does that do for us? It helps us ensure that if it comes in, we're able to find ways to control to ensure that the pricing is not out of the roof. Because people that get LPG from Port Harcourt try to price it with LPG that come from Lagos. So they're making double profit. That's not the idea of the, you see, it's not all for money. But we must do it for our country. So thank you so much.
Now that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Doggedness, resilience, come up with ideas that are viable, economically viable, and you will get the resources that you require. You know, Prof, when you made your presentation earlier, there was something you said that caught my interest. You talked about the patient finance. Patient capital. You talked about the patient capital. I'm going to pick on that a little bit, and I want Feyi to speak to that. And, you know, because really, when it comes to infrastructure development, you can't run away from the critical element of capital. At the end of the day, it's about financing. You know, if you look at the coordinating director's presentation, when you look at the 7 focus areas, it started with the demand. Then, of course, talked about infrastructure before all of those elements. And underlining all of those, one critical element is the finance. If you look at Shell, for instance, and, you know, one of the things that, maybe it's not so. Maybe I'm also part of people who think so as well. There's this misinterpretation or belief, really, that you have access to unlimited funds for development. I just want you to share with us, really, how do you choose infrastructure development? What impact is the company's gas infrastructure having on commerce and industry, and of course, the finance element of it?
Thank you, Ben. It's a very loaded question. It's like 3 in 1. But I think to start with, let's just debunk this myth that Shell has unlimited resources. I'll take us back to school for a bit. Economics 101. Economics is modern definition, the study of scarcity, right? How societies allocate between scarce resources amongst competing ends. So that's the macro definition, right? And then you bring it down to the micro, you go to the businesses and even to the household unit. It's the same thing for Shell. It's a big company, granted. It's a global brand, no doubt. But we do have competing ends for the limited resources that we have. And let's not be mistaken, resources isn't just constrained to capital. Because when you say resources, linking it to investment, the first thing that comes to you is capital. But there is also human capital, there is land. This is me taking it back to school now. And yeah, there's labor as well, right? So once you now put all of those together, you realize that even though, yeah, Shell has a big balance sheet, and we have done this for many, many, many years, we still have to follow a well thought out process when it comes to making investment decisions. Like we've done it so many years now, we've had quite a few successes that we're now quite methodical about how we make these investment decisions. So we have a robust process. Focusing on some key areas, I think the three main ones would be, like I had mentioned earlier, is the commercial viability, right? So each project is assessed based on its own individual merits and demerits. You look at the upsides, you look at the risks, you look at the cost efficiency, you want to assess whether it's something that you can actually operate in the long term. You also want to look at the impacts, the social element of it as well, and how does it then fit into the strategic agenda of Shell as a company. Which brings me down to the second key point in terms of how it is that we assess investment decisions or investment projects and make a decision on them. The second bit on strategic alignment, so we would definitely give priority to the projects that fit into our strategic agenda, which is really centered around energy transition and how it is that we want to decarbonize, the markets that we operate in, and then also how it is that we can create access for more people to have energy, cleaner energy, affordable and efficient. So that's another key consideration for us when it comes to making investment decisions. And of course, you cannot underestimate the importance of stakeholder partnerships, right? Like I had mentioned earlier as well, we co-create these solutions with our key stakeholders. We're thankful for the support that we have received from the regulatory bodies. We are collaborating with state agencies at the federal level and also at the state level, and also our business partners. As we continue to grow and expand into new areas, we continue to seek new collaborations and partnerships, to grow and to grow into these new areas and also deliver new product offerings to our customers. Like I mentioned earlier as well, the customer requirement or what the customer needs is also key at the heart of the investment decision. So by working together with different types of partners, we're able to create or foster a sense of shared ownership and shared value amongst everyone. We are invested across the whole value chain, from the upstream to the midstream to the downstream, as I'm sure you're aware. And we want to continue to partner together with these stakeholders for progress and meet the growing energy demands for industry. Now, coming back to the final question, which is around the impact.
Impact, yeah.
So the impact, I think I shouldn't stress it too much, but I think everybody that has spoken here today, from Prof to my Oga Ed and my Power Gas MD here, we all understand the critical role that gas plays in industrialization and in driving growth. And I think as Shell, we understand that and we recognize that and we have experienced that. And it's because of that, that's also one of the things that keeps us going. So if you look at what it is that we've done in Agbara, in Ogun State, for instance, once we had the initial infrastructure in place, it was like a magnet. It was an investment magnet for industries and commercial entities to come and situate their their facilities in those areas. So it's a symbiotic relationship if you think about it, because gas attracts investments, and investments also unlocks opportunities for gas. So it depends if you want to put the carrots before the horse or the horse. It depends on how it is you want to go about it. But we indeed recognize the multiplier effects that this has had. We see some of our customers from way back in the day. We see how far it is, their reach is now in terms of how they've expanded their businesses. We see that getting access to gas is definitely the cleaner option. It's cheaper. You can see it in their bottom lines. It's creating jobs, and you can see slowly the growth in the economic viability of the states where you have those infrastructures. So we can't belittle that, and it's something that we continue to strive towards to encourage that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was really a very robust answer to the question. Very soon I'll be opening the floor, and we'll probably take one or two questions from the audience. I'm sure we'll have questions for you. But I would just like Sumen to just speak to one key element before we then sort of open the floor. And I would like for you to do this just in one breath, really, because of our time. In fairness, if you look at literature and if you look at do your studies, you're going to find that there are a lot of cheat sheets really available when it comes to infrastructure development. And I think one key element that we must speak to before we leave here is the conversation around capacity development. Now, one of the beautiful things you have done at Power Gas really is also leveraging the what's it called now, the virtual pipeline model, really, and I'm sure capacity development is really at the heart of that. So my question to you is, what future do you see for downstream gas demand, and what type of infrastructure will you be required to meet same? Do you think for Power Gas you're going to be moving away from that model anytime soon?
That model of virtual pipeline distribution? Well,
you don't think so?
I don't know. So one of the gaps that we always find, and it's probably an Africa-centric problem, and I'm calling it a problem, apologies, is that we've always identified the problem statement. We pretty much know what the solution is. It's the gap between the two. Yeah. So Prof talked about coming up with seal-proof business plans. Many a times we have that as well. Where we have gaps, and I wouldn't say we fail miserably, but we do have gaps, is in execution. There are legacy projects that should have been completed, I don't know how many years ago. Every year we talk about that it's going to get completed, and so on and so forth. And it's across the value chain, it's not just gas, it's many places, right? So I do believe that on the human capital development side, we need to be more strict towards our execution plans. And if we are able to deliver on what we plan, what we start, what we envisage that this is what we want to do, I believe a lot of those problem statements will automatically get solved. CNG was never supposed to be, at least the operations that we have, was never supposed to be an all-eternal, perpetual business model. It was supposed to be, as I said, develop the market, pick up your plant, move to the next location, develop the market, pick up the plant, move to the next location, because the infrastructure will develop along with it. But unfortunately, it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened at the pace, let me correct myself. It hasn't happened at the pace that we would have liked it to be. We would have liked ourselves to be in the north. I mean, I remember making a business plan in 2015, saying that by 2019, we'll be up in the north. We're in 2025. And now hopefully in 2026, you'll start seeing our skids up in the north, and hopefully much faster expansion.
Yeah.
So that's where I believe is a big gap, is a big challenge. But otherwise, I mean, we are glad that we are in a position today that we don't have to explain people what CNG is, what gas to power solution is, what gas on trucks feels like. So that in itself talks to you about how much forward we have moved as a sector, as an economy. And the latest initiatives, the decade of gas, the NGEP, the PICNG, have taken very, very bold steps in order to develop that market. Last statement I would say, and I always use this, that back in the day, if I would talk about CNG as an auto fuel, people would be like, what are you talking about, right? But with the initiatives like PICNG, whereby they have created the demand Now, I just met 3 people outside who were into some other business, but they have MRUs because they want to get into the NGV autogas sector. So that in itself talks about how we are developing, and I genuinely believe that we are at that cusp where we're going to see that trigger of growth in the gas sector and the general economy itself.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the benefits that the Nlcga conference and exhibition brings to you, really. It's we're basically just democratizing opportunity and opening the doors for you to really walk in and take advantage of it. So this is where we take questions. I'm sure we can take maybe 2 questions. So in order for questions not to give birth to questions, I'm just going to ask, if you have burning question you want to ask, you kindly want to raise your hand. So I see 2 hands right there. All right. So we'll just quickly take the 2 questions, then we will call it a wrap on this end. So please ensure you also mention who the question is for. Otherwise, I will send it to the president himself, Mr. Felix.
All right, let's see the hands. Okay, just introduce yourself and keep your question very short and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Data Matemilola, and I came in a bit late, and I happen to be one of those who raised their hands. But and I thank you for the opportunity. I do not know if you spoke about sensitization in terms of usage of gas. I think this is a very technical room. I'm not technical. I'm a writer. I write books for children, and I have written a book on clean cooking. And I wrote this book in 2019, and I've been trying to create awareness, you know, in my own way, in schools to, you know, let children or students know that they can actually change the narrative for the future. So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of awareness program that you have put down as a company or as an individual that I can key into, and for us to, especially in the rural areas, because clean cooking is something that is very important.
All right, thank you very much. That is noted. We'll take the second question so that we can just hit at it at once. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Etienne Eric. I will address the question to Prof. I want to know if there are any avenues to encourage startups. You know, the industry is already is a capital-intensive industry, and I understand that in the tech world we see tech summits that encourage people who want to come into the tech industry to encourage startups, or other avenues whereby they can be mentored or given grants and so on. So are there programs, are there avenues? Because even while I was registering, I saw there are open registration for startups. So what do startups coming to gain from conferences like this? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So I will allow Prof take the second question, then I'll yield the mic to Mr. Felix to take the first question. Prof.
I'm aware that if you go to ALDG, if you see the executive secretary anytime, any day, anytime you call him, he's there and he will answer your questions. I also I've made a promise to myself, because come December this year, I'll step down as the MD of Falcon Corporation, and my landlady will climb in as the MD. But what I need to tell you is simply this. I'm going to the next phase of my life. I don't know for how long, but by the grace of God, it will be quite some time. And what I've promised myself is simply this. The teacher in me has never stopped rearing up at any given point in time. And I'll tell you, if you call me morning, afternoon, night, and talk about gas, I'll give you audience. I've also created my retirement office, which is also my foundation. And if you talk to me, I'll give you my number. Call me anytime, and we can sit down and we can talk, and I can offload. I want to go out of this way. I want to go out empty.
Thank you very much. So, and just to add to that, I'm actually Prof's PA, so you see him through me. All right, Mr. Felix.
All right.
Good morning. I thought I would step in for the question about advocacy and sensitization. Today is primarily natural gas, and the lineup is actually natural gas. The only overlap is Prof, who's both natural gas and LPG. So it will have been unfair to ask the natural gas people to speak to sensitization on LPG. On sensitization for LPG, we have many avenues through which we do this as Nlcga. So basically, every so often, actually we've got the Decade of Gas here, every so often the Decade of Gas do cylinder release programs. As part of that, we'd have to do sensitization. We don't give out cylinders to novices or new people without training them how to use it properly. The WIN in LPG have a sensitization program, and Nlcga itself has also worked with Gas and other organizations who distribute cylinders for the sensitization program. There's a well-established process, what you do, do's and don'ts of using LPG. So if you have if you need further clarification, I will encourage you to speak with the Executive Secretary, who is around here, or members of the Nlcga Secretariat. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Indeed, this is where we draw the curtain for this session. I just want to say thank you to my panelists. Thank you to Sumit. I mean, your conversation is key. It's about problem solving. It's about creating value. Thank you to Faye. You talked about the elements of purpose. Why are you doing it? The vision, the strategic alignment to the purpose of the organization. And of course, you talked about stakeholder management and alignment, very key. And of course, our very own Prof had talked about the elements of resilience, doggedness, and the need for you to create value. And of course, when you look at the presentation by the coordinating director, he had opened up the opportunity, avalanche of opportunities for you to lock in into the sector and to create value. And this is how I would end it from the words of Prof. I mean, creating value. In Nigeria, and using gas and leveraging gas as a tool for infrastructure development, we have enough for our need, but certainly not enough for our greed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, a round of applause for them. I'd like to beg your indulgence. Please punch up. We'll have a group photograph right about now. Thank you. As usual, Mr. President Nlcga will join them. So we'll have one photograph with the plaques and the gift bags and one without. Paparazzi, that is your cue. Thank you. So once that is done, we'll move straight to the second session, session 2 for day 2. And yes, that was session 1, private sector role in driving infrastructure development. So our panelists, please don't be in a hurry to leave the stage. We have plaques and gift bags for you. So I'd like to beg your indulgence. Once you receive your plaques and your gift bags, please also pose for a group photograph. Thank you. All right. Final group photograph with the plaques and the gift bags. Paparazzi. Thank and appreciate all our panelists and speakers for session 1. Thank you for helping us to enrich the discourse. And yes, today's focus is on natural gas, both CNG and LNG. Thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you as you go back to your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next is session 2. And the topic is technology shaping the future of the gas sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it's somewhat unscripted, but I don't think that it will be appropriate for us not to recognize the moment. And Prof is himself looking shocked because he doesn't know what's coming next. Prof, I don't actually have another gift for you to take off the stage, but I think it is worthy of note to celebrate a remarkable individual. Prof celebrated, I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying this, he celebrated 80 years. He celebrated 80 years earlier this year. Many years ago, when I first moved back to Nigeria and I started out, I used to meet a fantastic lady called Audrey Joe Ezigbo. I always thought I was meeting one person, but I was actually meeting two people. So at an event probably about 10 years after that, some 15 years ago, I finally met a Professor Joe Ezigbo. That's when I made the connection that, in fact, the powerhouse behind all of the developments and so on was none other than Prof himself. It's an example of resilience. I like the fact that he brought it out, right? 10 years even between idea and the first fruition of that idea. And that's something that most of our young people need to hang on to. All this idea of immediate gratification, immediate success and rewards, Instagram, this, that. It's the real work is in the resilience and the dedication over years and decades. Again, as I said, I don't have an award to present to a man that has already received so many awards, but I would like to crave your indulgence, and in my capacity as president, I would like us to give him a resounding standing ovation. Thank you all very much. I deeply appreciate that. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. NLCJ President, and yes, thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am really overwhelmed. I didn't expect this. But I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that has made it possible for me to have gone through these years. He said 80. December, in another month, I'll be 81. So it's been a good journey. I've met so many good friends. And I want to thank each and every one of you because you made my journey very, very simple. And I say thank you as I bow out at the end of this year, but not out of the, because I can never leave gas. Because I go to bed, I'm thinking of gas. I go to sleep, I'm dreaming gas. I wake up in the morning thinking, what happens to gas next? So I will always be there. And that young man, please, I'm available. Talk to me. I'll be there for you anytime, T. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. Thank you.
Indeed, it is great to celebrate, recognize, and appreciate our industry veterans. And yes, one of such is the MD, Falcon Corporation, Professor Joseph Ezigbo. Thank you very much, sir, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving very quickly, session 2 will start right about now. Please make welcome our first panelist for session 2. She's the founder and chief executive officer, Smart Energies. Please make welcome Dr. Yinka Okweke. Round of applause for her as she takes the stage. Right in the middle will just be fine, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our second panelist for session 2. And yes, that is the head of products at the Alternative Bank, who's represented the executive director, Korede Demola Adeniyi. Please make welcome Habib Lawal. Round of applause. Habib Lawal, head of products, the Alternative Bank. You're most welcome, sir. It is an honor to have you with us today. Right beside Dr. Okweke will just be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our next speaker, Climate Financial Advisor to the Chairman Presidential Initiative on CNG, Mr. Obi Ugochukwu. Round of applause for him. You're most welcome, sir. Right beside Mr. Lawa will just be fine. And ladies and gentlemen, moving very, very quickly, we also have our next panelist, the Vice President, Sales Operations, SME Funds. Please make welcome Godwin Okoduwai. Round of applause for him. Right beside Dr. Okweke will be fine. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we'd also welcome the first vice president, Nlcga, who also doubles as the MD Gas. Please make welcome Mr. Olufemi Fanoiki. Round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. Right beside Godwin Okodwa will just be fine, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the full complement of our panel on stage. To drive the conversation, I have the singular honor of inviting the moderator. Please make welcome the Executive Secretary, Nlcga, Mr. Lanre Bayo. Round of applause for him. Right beside me will just be fine, sir. And yes, we have the full complement of our panel on stage. To open this session, I would like to invite the first Vice President, Nlcga, for a short presentation, 10-15 minutes. And yes, that will guide the flow of this conversation. After that, the moderator will take charge.
Thank you, Mr. MC. And good afternoon, everybody. And again, welcome to the 15th annual Nlcga event. I have a small presentation to give us a little bit of context about what's possible and how we can drive those possibilities. So at various points in time today and yesterday, people have mentioned 1 TCF and so many reserves. And somebody made the point yesterday that if it's under the ground, it's no use to us, right? So let's not talk so much about that, but more about how we can get it out from the ground. So one of the catalysts that we see as part for energizing our industry again is, of course, technology, right? Not necessarily high tech, but technology nonetheless. And that's what I'm going to speak to a little bit. In going forward, I want to make a point that in transforming this industry, we've done this before, right? And to give you a historical perspective, if you look at from 2007 to 2021, we saw this industry move from approximately 70,000 tons to about 1.5 million tons, right? Which is remarkable growth. And what drove this growth was policy and strategy. Nlcga was instrumental, as we've heard numerous times. Policy from the government in terms of kerosene deregulation, and then industry push, right, in terms of innovation. And I remember one thing in that period that happened was that we essentially democratized the use of gas. It went from that elite product to an everyday product. And we did that by introducing the 3 kg, the 5 kg cylinders to help ease the burden of access issues that we always had. And we had that growth. Since 2021 to now, what we have seen is that the market has gone from 1.5 million tons and really contracted a little bit to 1.4, or more or less flattened. And it begs the question then, you know, why? Some explanations go to COVID, inflation, and just macro level issues, which we know are true. But it also asks the question, is it because the market has matured, right? And we hit saturation. And in my experience, and most people who are practitioners in this business, we know that we have not. Yesterday, somebody was on stage, the ED downstream, said he was a part of a refiners meeting where it was still emphasized that fully 6 out of 10 homes in Africa, and applies to Nigeria specifically, still cooks with a dirty fuel. So we know that there's upside, even in our traditional market, which has been the residential cooking market, right? However, in addition to our traditional market of cooking, opportunity exists, which is the technologies that we now need to take advantage of to help drive the industry. And where is this technology? It actually exists currently in the same place we're selling our gas for cooking. It exists in generator fuel. We know that all businesses in Nigeria use generators at some point or the other. It runs, the market is available in air conditioning, where we can transition the market from an all-electric air conditioning system to a gas-driven system, and water heating is also another low-hanging fruit. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, in the same manner, we don't want to talk about gas theoretically, 1 TCF under the ground and all of that. I want to talk about this practically, right? So I'm going to give you a practical example of what has been done to actually demonstrate the preceding slide of possibilities. And we're using a case study at one of the Burger King outlets in Lagos to demonstrate this. Next slide. So, traditionally, at Burger King outlets, you will have all-electric air conditioning. Either split units or central units or big central units or VRF systems. You will have diesel generators, and in their typical application, you will typically have 100 kVA as prime load and a 60 kVA as a backup for off-peak periods. And this is what you experience then is, of course, high fuel consumption, and of course, pilferage with diesel. Diesel is money, everybody knows that. And of course, then the environmental issues around diesel usage. Can you go back a second? Yeah, so what we then did at another outlet was install a gas heat pump, right? Instead of electric air conditioning. We installed a gas generator. What you will notice about that gas generator, it's a 50 kVA generator as opposed to two generators, 100 and 60. Why? Because the gas heat pump, even though it's a 16 horsepower unit, only consumes 650 watts of electricity when it's running. So what we did was we crashed their electrical load, and they can now make do all day long with a generator smaller than the smallest one that they were using before, 50 kVA. So there's lower power draw and zero pilferage. So these are just pictorials of the generator. It looks like every other generator. And on the right side, that's the gas air conditioning. It's a central unit. It's 16 horsepower. And so it's connected to about 13 or 14 indoor units, much like any other electric VRV system. Next slide. Two major benefits that we're driving at. One, environmental, and two, financial, right? So on the environmental side, with diesel generators, we know, everybody knows about how much less emissions you're dealing with. Everybody knows about how much more reduction in particulate matters that you're dealing with. Nitrogen oxides and all of that. And as well as environmental noise. The gas generator tends to be quieter than the diesel counterpart. Go ahead. Next slide. With the heat pumps, there are also environmental and climate benefits. High efficiency, right? With the unit, although we didn't do this at Burger King, we can also recover the heat generated by the engine to heat hot water that's available for domestic use, making the whole system that much more efficient. And of course, I spoke about the reduction in electricity, the peak demand reduction in electricity. It makes, for Nigeria that has a grid issue, yes, we can make our grid that much more resilient if we actually step down the actual draw of electricity and replace it with other energies. Next slide. So let's talk about money. That's always the brass tacks. Up front, I'm going to say gas equipment generally costs more, right? In the case of the generator, it's approximately 2x, right? Double the cost of diesel. In the case of air conditioning, it's about 2.5x as well. But as industry practitioners, what we need to ensure is that the conversation does not end at how much is this and how much is that, because it tells only half the story. Where gas can be very, very effective is on the operation side. So we see massive reduction in operating cost. In fueling cost, we see with LPG about 50% reduction. With natural gas, we see north of that, 60% reduction in fueling cost. And those operation costs also extend to pilferage, it extends to routine maintenance, and when you aggregate that, over time, what you see is there is massive payback, and that massive payback goes to profit at the end of the day. Next slide. So, at the Burger King installation, this is, in summary, what happened. And I want to show you both sides of the equation. Burger King ends up reducing energy by about 30%, right? And on the flip side, as a practitioner of, in the LPG trade, or by extension the gas trade, right? What we saw was a 400% increase in the fuel we were able to sell to the same customer, right? We sold 4 times what we were to the existing customer. The customer saved a significant amount of money, and everybody's happy. Truly a win-win. I'm going to, for very more literal and quick data, I'm going to scale this up and show you another facility that we did. This is for an oil refining facility. They have a 500 kVA generator, and this basis is based on they're running 12 hours a day for about 300 days in a year. Next slide. And what I want you to pay attention to this, which makes my point. On the CAPEX side, the diesel generator was 110 million naira. The gas solution, the CAPEX was 184 million naira. It is incredibly difficult to go to 9 out of 10 business owners and say, listen, I need you to spend double. Your 100 million naira, which you sweat to get, I need you to go sweat a little bit more and get another 100, yeah? But look what happens after that. The annual fueling cost for diesel would have been about 377 million, and the equivalent for LPG was 224 million naira. And other OPEX, which are in routine maintenance, diesel, pilferage, and all of that, about 6 million naira compared to 1.5 million naira. Bottom line, at the end of the year, out-of-pocket spend for the diesel guy was about 494 million naira, and for the LPG guy was 410 million naira. So even though we started behind the 8 ball, right, in as little as a year, the customer was whole. And when you now take the customer out over 3 years, right, the cumulative cost for operation over 3 years was 1.2 billion for diesel and approximately 900 million for gas, a 400 million naira savings. So to put 400 million naira in your pocket after 3 years, you cannot sneeze at that. Of course, we have to get past day one.
She's coming. So I also need at the booth. I need one person at the booth. Yes, one person at the booth. They have to take us. Okay, no problem. Just hold on. You are going to Gazavan's booth.
Larger as well. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a scenario, mathematical scenario. We're stuck at 1.5.
Mr. Tio, please, what's happening? He has limited time. Please, let's do this one. No problem, let's do this one. like this. Are we ready? Hello and welcome back. We are live at the Landmark Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. Still on the 15th Nlcga conference and exhibition. As you already know, my name is Isioma Okeleke and I am your host. If you were here on day one, which was yesterday, you already know it was nothing short of inspiring. And this is day two, which is the grand finale of the conference. And I have here with me the amicable, most inspiring engineer Emeka Iheme of Gasavant Africa. Hello, sir. You look
Thank you.
very good today, as
Thank you very
always.
much.
Please kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Do I talk to
Yeah,
the camera,
sure.
right?
Sure.
Okay, so thank you very much, Isioma. My name is Engineer Mecca Iheme. I work for a company called Gasavant Africa. Gasavant Africa is a proud member of the Nlcga. We have been working in the gas space for the last 5 years. We focus on three areas. We provide for the downstream markets, gas infrastructure storage facility, EPC. We focus on distribution of gas supply for LPG, for propane, for CNG, LNG, and condensate. We also partner with manufacturers, original manufacturers of gas utilization equipment, and we distribute them because they are what uses the gas that we sell. So from your gas generators, gas pressure tank, gas boilers, gas turbo expanders, as well as all LNG and CNG downstream infrastructure. We are well positioned to help people transition from using heavier or dirtier fossil fuels to switch their power generation to gas and end up saving 40% on their costs and 20% emission savings. So that's who we are. What we do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Engineer Emeka Iheme. So this year's theme is gas, economic diversification and private sector growth. How do you really see this theme in line with Nigeria's gas economy, the economy and the gas industry in Nigeria? Do you see it driving it?
Is very, very in tune with where Nigeria is and where Nigeria needs to go. As many have said, the Nigerian economy was dominated by revenues from just oil exportation. Now that we are very well cognizant of the amount of gas reserves we have in the country is now taking deliberate steps to harmonize and utilize our gas resources in country. One of the best uses of gas is to be as a fuel and feedstock for industrialization. And this helps us achieve the economic diversification through gas because if gas powers the industries, Nigeria starts to process its natural resources and produce final products that it can distribute nationally within the West Africa region and globally as a whole. So, spot on.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And as I can see everywhere, the exhibitors, stakeholders, the whole place is buzzing since day one, and this is currently day two. And I also know that Gazavant has an exhibition booth currently on ground. I mean, I'd love to send a feed, but shortly we'll do that.
Shortly,
Yeah,
yes.
shortly we'll do that, and we'll also be going to Gazavant's booth shortly. So, what are your expectations? You've been networking, you've seen other stakeholders and exhibitors, you've met other brands, and what are your expectations in this year's conference? You are also you're not a first timer as regards exhibiting. So, what was your last year's experience? What are your expectations from this year's conference?
Last year, one of the reasons why I love coming to NLCGA conference is that it feels like a family reunion. As opposed to, we go to a lot of other conferences, but this is where we have fellow exhibitors that are doing almost the same thing that we're doing. But we're not coming together in a competitive stance. NLCGA opens us up to collaborate with companies that are doing what we're doing and doing it well, that have been doing it longer than us, such as, ASICO and some of the other companies that have been playing a good role. So so that was how last year felt, and this year is even more so. We have more experience and we have more stories and lessons to bring to the table. So it's more of a NLCJ is always great for us because we get to meet with our mentors and our peers and exchange ideas on challenges in the industry and what the opportunities are. And it tells us who we can reach out to and who we can rely on for partnership. A number of our partners that we operate our business with are also exhibitors here, and we're very happy to see all of us moving forward together.
Thank you so much. So you heard that NLCGA is home and Gazavant Africa keeps evolving. So thank you so much, Nlcga, for gracing NLCGA TV. We'll definitely see you around and we'll be at Gazavant's booth to learn and know more. Thank you guys for watching. Stick around. The conference is still on. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
To the lady in the house, Dr. Okweke. We've talked about some of the appliances that can be adopted from Mr. Fanoike's presentation. We also know that we're still about 1/3 in terms of household consuming gas from cooking. Are there other alternatives in addition to this to increase consumption?
Okay, thank you very much. So before I answer your question, on a lighter note, when I came in, I was sitting next to Professor Ezigbo, and I did not even know that it was him, the ignorance. And as usual, I would introduce myself to anybody I'm sitting next to. So by the way, women who are in the house, please, learn to shoot your shot, you never can tell. So I was speaking to him, I introduced myself to him, and I said, oh, what do you do, sir? He said, I think he even said, I work for a company called Falcon, I was like, oh, really? And of course, we got talking, and fast forward, I got to know that it was actually the backbone, behind the company, So, sir, I'm an orphan. And God is not an author of confusion. So when I was coming here, thank you, Mr. President, for putting this together. So you have just adopted a high maintenance daughter. So please, I'll be looking out to you for mentorship. It's really my pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so back to your question. Well, I think for us in the sector, we're in the downstream, of course, we focus on LPG and renewables. Outside availability, I think there are other issues around increased usage of LPG. So there's the affordability, which a lot of people have talked about. There's accessibility. There's even awareness, which is a very big thing. And of course, there's efficiency. And I think technology is one thing that plays heavily that can help us to bridge the gap because we are practicing that in our solutions. And one of the things that I would like to talk about is smart metering. And that's like pay as you go, just like you buy airtime, mirror it around, so you pay as you cook type of thing, whereby people don't have to have that initial bulk costs, of either owning a cylinder or having to pay for refills. Because typically the way we buy gas now is I have a 3 kg, I have a 12.5 kg, I'll go to the gas retailer and then I fill my gas and then I use over time. But it would be nice to have technologies which we are working on and hopefully we can roll up before the end of the year whereby people can just pay as they use. So with 200 naira, 300 naira, you're able to cook. So a lot of our solutions are really around accessibility, and not just availability. Another thing could also be the Internet of Things, on cylinders where you have sensors that can tell you gas levels. The advantage of that is for data, it gives you data, which is one thing that we don't really have in Nigeria. It allows you to know the demographics, those who are using it, the usage pattern, areas that are in deficiency, and how you can, deploy support in all those areas. So censored cylinders are good. I think at some point, Godwin and I talked about it, when you're doing the eco gas or something, and there's some companies who are looking into that as well. So technology plays a key role as well. Another thing that I would think about is behavioral change, which is one area we also play heavily in terms of the awareness and advocacy. You'll be shocked how a lot of people, there's so many areas in Nigeria that seem quite premature for cooking gas because they have absolutely no idea about how it works. They were born into firewood, that's all they know. Fetching firewood is all they know. So you go there, and when we're doing our advocacies, you tell them, how do you light a cylinder? You will be shocked that a lot of them will turn on the gas and they'll start figuring out how to even strike the match. So a lot has to go to the behavioral change, in terms of how you have to let people understand and experience the use of cooking gas. They see that it's safe, hopefully more economical. Now it's a bit discouraging because of the prices, but I know technology does a lot, but it has to be a blend between technology and the human-centered approach.
Thank you for that. In the presentation, there were some models that Mr. Fanoike pointed out under the financing model. I would like to speak to the money man on the panel, Mr. Habib from Alt Bank. We know that Alt Bank is in the Sterling Group, and you display that even from your headquarters that is powered by solar. You also have invested some of your branches in powering EVs. What are the possibilities for Alt Bank in this conversation? Because he identified 4 different ways of actualizing this, talking about the financing model. Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Larry, and good day, everyone. Let me join Mr. Fadoike and Prof to be the third person to say today that the future we can predict is the one that we create. And so that speaks a lot to what we do at the Sterling Financial Holdco. We have taken some bold steps as an organization. I will mention things that are adjacent to this conversation and then address your question. Nigeria as a country in the banking space, in the last 2-3 years, I don't know if we followed the trend, banks have spent millions of dollars on their core banking application, and is not going to stop until somebody did something very bold. And at Sterling, we did just that. We can localize this and save all of these millions of dollars going out to the oracles, the finacles, into different corridors of the world. So that's one of the kind of bold changes that happen at the Sterling Group. So coming on the back of that, we looked at the heart of our financing. We call it heart. Actually, the human heart stands for health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. It is our way of saying we're doubling down on sustainability, right? And we are not just talking, we're walking the talk, and that leads to the example you have mentioned. One, in terms of saying it's actually difficult to access green finance. I think somebody mentioned it, but at an institutional level, if you show substantial muscle and willingness and capacity, really, you can attract those green funding from across the world, which is something the Sterling Financial Group doubled down. And we had to demonstrate that not only for ourselves, but for our clients that we've had to give sustainable solutions. Now, gas, on the other hand, is a whole different conversation. It's being sustainable is a different thing. It's a very funny conversation about gas. Some people call it what's the word? Transition fuel. Yeah. So and in that manner, and the fact that looking at what Mr. Fanoiki presented, we are looking at a way to say, ultimately, we want to conserve energy, right? We are helping individuals and businesses reduce energy costs, while at the same time, and that's the following thing, and that's why I like the math he showed us, we're helping the gas businesses scale up what they can do. So in the middle of all of that, specifically point 3 and point 4 in your action item spoke to me. I'm like, okay, this is where we can play. We can play there not because we are planning to do it, it's because we've already thought about it and we have solutions that can just address that, right? In helping people solve the initial capital outlay of conversion to a gas infrastructure on the first instance, and on a continuing basis, solving for fuel consumption. We have not just the willingness, but we already have products that can be accessed in a very convenient manner. And this is done at the sister bank called the Alternative Bank, where unlike most other financial institutions, you also don't have the challenge of long-term relationship before you can access financing. I mean, you can walk in today. The Alternative Bank is the alternative because they are innovating to challenge boundaries. And those boundaries include financing boundaries. And that means you can take a customer today, look at the economic impact of their need, and then build a solution if one doesn't already exist. So we're happy to walk this journey with the Nlcga and your group of vendors and prospective clients. There are solutions at the Alternative Bank today that can address those financing needs. And welcome everybody.
Okay, so that is good. So you're actually saying you're the alternative bank for Nlcga members?
Absolutely.
When we return, we'll, the second question, will further speak on this and how this would interest a lot of members of the association. But let's go over to Mr. Ugochukwu. You have a rich experience even at international level on how to source financing, climate issues. Help us understand how we in the local market can speak to energy financiers. How will they perceive our efforts? How do we position our industry so that it becomes something interesting for them? The way they understand our language, and are these really realistic expectations?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. When I was looking at Mr. Fanoike's presentation, one of the things that came across was he focused on the economic benefit of their intervention, which showed the savings to the beneficiary of their solution. But the missing element, and he may have it, may not have disclosed it, is the climate benefit. We know for a fact that switching from diesel to CNG reduces nitrous oxide and what's known as PM10. In fact, CNG does not emit any PM10. And these are the kinds of details that need to be made available to show that the solution is not just an economic benefit, but is also a climate benefit. And one of the things you'll find is that globally, with the economies of the world still experiencing growth, there's been an increased demand for energy. The biggest suppliers of that growth, renewable energies, natural gas. Renewable energy is about 38% of that. Natural gas is about 28% of that. But I think the key part of that is that 80% of that growth is in emerging and developing economies, which is where we fit in. And the question that most financiers on the outside look for is, how does this align with the nation's policies as it relates to the Paris Agreement? The NDCs, which is the nationally determined contributions, outlines the nation's commitment to reducing emissions globally. And it has a section in there that refers specifically to CNG. And one of the things that people miss is not being able to articulate how your intervention is able to contribute to the targets in the NDCs. There are other policy documents that align with this. The NDCs, also the Energy Transition Plan, and just recently the government issued what's called the Just Transition Guidelines and Adaptation Plan, which is meant to outline the steps by which those key areas in the NDCs are able to mobilize resources for financing. Just recently, the federal government issued a green bond. Within it, the PICNG had an allocation of about 15 billion naira. And one of the difficulties we faced along the way was addressing this question about whether CNG is actually clean. And I think it's very similar to what the speaker in the previous panel was talking about when he would say to people, expressing CNG as an alternative, and they'll ask, well, what are you talking about? The reality is they're not looking at not just the economic benefits, which Mr. Fainoke has highlighted very well, but also needs to go a step further to outline the climate benefits, but also how is it enabling the transition so that there are more actors in that space. Again, Mr. Fainoke outlined the fact that it's creating opportunities for actors in that space. But the other thing is, how are you building capacities to support? How are you creating jobs that will support that ecosystem? Are women beneficiaries of this? Are young people beneficiaries of this? And I think those details are the bits of information that make the story more attractive in the funding community, particularly when it comes to access to green finance. Globally, the more developed economies are shifting their position. There used to be aversion to gas, but they're shifting their position because they're realizing that renewables cannot meet all the energy needs that they require. In fact, globally, 80% is still from fossil fuels. And domestically, we also have to be able to adjust our approach to that, where the focus needs to be on enhancing our energy security, and then also articulating, as mentioned earlier on, how this benefits a just transition, and that will then attract the climate finance that's needed to create the kinds of products, working with institutions like Alternative Bank. Incidentally, I was managing a program called the Climate Safe Lending Network, which included 3 financial institutions, of which Alternative Bank was one of them. And the focus of that initiative was to design products that are a blend between climate funds and regular funds, so that the overall cost, the overall interest cost, is significantly reduced. But the main thing in there is to be able to disclose the climate benefits of those interventions. And this is one of the things the PICNG is actively involved in creating that ecosystem that supports being able to introduce an alternative form of energy, a cheaper form of energy, and creating the opportunities that members of your organization can take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. The 15 billion you talked about is of interest. We'll come back to that so that you can talk more about how
Maybe
to
I
access
should
that
have
from
mentioned it.
from PICNG. To Mr. Okodua, you've been the operational side for many years. You understand the industry. Now, in furthering access to this climate, how should local players build their transactions to be able to manage the delays, the financial exposures, stakeholder uncertainty? How can they tackle that in getting this climate credit, especially based on your own experience from the operational side?
Very, very important question. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited about the discussion. We have PC and GI here, Decade of Gas here, and of course, very important stakeholders in the LPG value chain and even the natural gas value chain. But I won't be coming from the operational side, even though it's important. We've grown this industry to 1.5 million tons, and I've always told my colleagues in the industry, it's time to move to the next stage. We've been mentioning, calling the 5 million tons, 5 million tons, 5 million tons. And I hear during the course of the discussion so far, there's need for patient capital. But may I announce to everyone here, there is patient capital. If you look at I'll be riding on my Dr. Obi and my colleague from Alternative Bank, there is money available. The carbon development mechanism, is instituted at the Kyoto Protocol meeting, the Paris Agreement in 2015, allows developing countries to access carbon credits to develop emission reduction projects. The LPG industry we are in is an industry that can be termed an emission reduction industry. So we have access to the available funds. In those meetings, Paris Agreement, the developed countries agreed that they will fund emission reduction projects in developed countries, in underdeveloped countries like Nigeria. So what does that mean? It means that we can actually increase the number of the volume of LPG consumed in Nigeria by tapping into the carbon development mechanism. So there's carbon financing available, just like the green financing Mr. Femi talked about. It's available. And at CCNA, Climate Credit Network Africa, a part of SME Funds. SME Funds is a conglomerate that pursues and sponsors climate action projects and renewables. So at Climate Credit Network Africa, we have a carbon trading desk and domiciled in America, and we can comfortably sell carbon credits in Nigeria through that desk. So what are we doing? There's a project called the Virtual Cylinder Recirculation Model. I don't know, before now, your cylinders were not owned by you. I mean, what we're going to be doing is we're going to democratize the ownership of cylinders such that you no longer own your cylinders. So it means you can go to an app, like an Uber app, instead of this time around, instead of looking for the next ride, you're looking for the next retailer that will supply you. So you find the retailer, he comes for your cylinder and exchanges your cylinder. It means we can enhance collaboration. The LPG supplier needs to be in that system. The LPG bottling plant needs to be in that system. The retailer needs to be in that system. And of course, the beneficiaries, like you and I. So the system is going to be such that cylinders are going to come in and the cylinders are going to be tracked. Because if you say you are involved in an emission reduction project, how do you track? And that's where technology comes in. The IoT, the blockchain technology that ties the cylinders to some system that everyone is watching. So the supplier at the depot has a dashboard, the LPG bottling plant has a dashboard, the retailer has a dashboard. You see beneficiaries calling you, just like the Uber driver saying the rider, and the rider saying the Uber driver. That's how it's going to be. And I must say, the average household consumes about 2.5 tons we emit 2.5 tons of CO2 while cooking during the year. And that is about $15 to $20. It means if you invest in cylinder, what we are saying at the VCRM, if you invest in a cylinder, if you have cylinders, for instance, like Smart Gas, we are saying bring your cylinders and earn carbon credit on it. Decade of Gas, we're saying bring your 5 million cylinders. Why do you want to give it out free of charge? We're saying bring it and earn carbon credit on it. We're saying bring it and let us track it for you so you can measure the volumes of LPG consumed. You can now deduce the CO2 emitted or the nitrogen oxide emitted. You can now position yourself as an organization that promotes climate change, and you have the document. It means we can sell carbon credit to the Shell, of course, I know they have their own carbon trading desk at Hague. We can sell to Seplat. We can sell to companies that want to demonstrate that they have, they are pursuing climate action and they want to demonstrate themselves as strong companies with ESG compliance in place. We can use this carbon development mechanism to grow the industry. At the VCRM, we have a target of 10 million cylinders in 5 years. And it doesn't mean they all are not going to be coming from us. They're going to be coming from collaboration like Decade of Gas. A company like ASICO, for instance, I'm talking to them, has cylinders. I'm saying bring the cylinders and earn carbon credit on it. And the beautiful thing about it is that beneficiaries can access gas, you know, and use the gas free, interest-free for 30 days. So there's financing available in that system. The LPG bottling plant can borrow money sub 30% interest rate because of green financing available. There's opportunity for women entrepreneurs, the green bond. We have partnership, and we are talking to banks that have green bond for women. So if you have a woman in your board, you can actually come in and access, you know, cheaper funds. So this is available, and we're not just talking this time. By this time next year, my target is that we will all come and we'll celebrate significant increase in the volume of LPG, you know, consumed nationwide in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Now back to Mr. Fanoike. This is looking interesting because you spoke on the back of increasing volumes of gas consumption. The climate people have said it will help. The funds are available. Even PICNG warehouses won. Godwin has talked about the carbon credits. Alt Bank says they're the alternative bank. They already have something. But the skill sets, what actually, and do you think it's realistic for the gas player, the gas owner, the gas business? Do they have the skill set required? How do they tap into these alternative sources? The air conditioning systems, the alternative ways of using this gas that you talked about.
Thank you, Larry. I think what you find is once the human being is motivated and you tap into his motivation, it's easy to move things along. So for the gas business today that is struggling along at a plateaued volume, and now he sees an actual pathway, right, to ramp up his business. And that pathway is realistic. Increasing his capacity is not difficult, right? Oh, it's achievable. Part of what I said before was sometimes high tech and technology are different things. People think of technology and think it's all high tech. This case study that we did in Lagos, it's new in Nigeria. However, the gas heat pump technology is 40 years old in Japan. The product that I spoke about is a product developed by Toyota. So in Nigeria, we're driving Toyota cars, but we didn't realize that Toyota could be a driver of this thing, of our other energy challenges as well. So the skill set, I think, is easily ramped up if people know that there's something at the end of the rainbow. So for a lot of times we've talked about things conceptually in Nigeria, and the rainbow never ends. And I don't get to the pot of gold. So now that we're drawing straighter lines between the beginning and the end, I think that will be developed. I just want to say something about what Ovia had said. Part of what, you can see that my perspective was operational. I was an operations person. At the end of the day, it's a financial decision for my clients. And I didn't position the presentation in a way that's marketable to the funds that I'm looking for. So part of what we are learning as an industry is how to orient our story, you know, to the market that we're actually speaking to. All right.
Thank you so much. So because of time constraints, Dr. Okweke, you talked about some of your products. There are alternative means of pushing the volumes. Your final thoughts on the future, shaping the future with this technology? Like Mr. Fanoike said, it doesn't necessarily need to be high-tech technology. It could just be change of thoughts. Your final thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think for us as a company and as a visionary, technology is at the core of what we do. So we just recently launched our gas subsidy cards, They are very simple cards, and essentially you can look at them as a technology-based platform whereby you combine fintech to energy access and data intelligence. So because initially when we go out and we give cylinders, we do a lot of things at the grassroots. We are very big on grassroots. That's what a lot of people know us for. Giving cylinders to the underserved communities and all that. But you'd realize that some of these sustainability collaborators, they don't have the funds to give the 3 kg because the 3 kg will retail for about 35,000 naira. And now we came up with this technology, and I'm using that to answer your question that for us, we are looking at low-hanging fruits where technology can increase efficiency. So now you can decide, okay, I'm not giving cylinders, but existing cylinder owners, I can decide to give them 5,000 naira every month for the next 6 months to subsidize the cost of their gas so that they don't have to revert to firewood. Those are the kind of things that we're doing, and it's of course, do you want to clap? It's okay to clap. Thank you. And of course, that has already helped us. And the good thing about it is we also have a mobile app whereby, regardless of your location across the country, you can buy gas from the comfort of your home. And we do that via collaboration. So you don't have to buy smart gas. You can buy from Moando, anybody that signs up. It's like the Uber or Amazon for gas, where we aggregate buyers and sellers, and we just make a commission of it. So hardly will you see any of our solutions that are end-to-end smart energies. We collaborate a lot. And I think that's very important in the sector because the value chain is very wide. We have also speaking about different solutions, so it's non-exhaustive. So if you're coming into the sector or you're in the sector, you have to decide on where you want to play and be very good at what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Habib from Old Bank, your last thoughts about this. Do you have specific products, or are you working on any products, not just speaking in generic terms now, that addresses this? Your final thoughts.
Okay, thank you once again. So in this field, there are solutions can be varied. I mean, I look at what Mr. Fanoke has said about the Burger King example and the second example. So we are prepared to work with individual clients and their vendors to provide bespoke financing that fits that situation. But on the other hand, we have ready-made solutions as well. One of them is what is very similar to what Dr. Peke has said about vendors in this space now, having some sort of marketplace where they can make the public aware of not just their products, but their services. And those two things bundled together can be financed as a point of sale financing, some sort of checkout financing from a solution we have provided, and we take up that cost from you, and then you can pay over time. I mean, you have a marketplace where I can see LGV gas system, I can see other gas solutions providers, and I, as a company or a small business that have such needs, I just go there, okay, this is what they offer, this is what I want, and then there is probably a delivery cost or maybe setup costs. All of those things bundled together. At checkout of that process, you are not paying a dime. The alternative bank is financing that automatically, right from the comfort of your office, if I may add that. And then they are notified. They get payment to come and set up for you, and then you start enjoying the gas. And then the second part, which I mentioned earlier, is also that now that you've converted to a gas solution, you now have a large quantum of gas to be buying, far over and above what you were buying before, not necessarily your diesel that you were buying. And then you may need to finance that. So we have a particular solution called the iFuel. It serves both gas and regular fuel. And so some sort of redefined LPO financing for your gas consumption on a continuing basis. So we can do both. Thank you.
Thank you there. Dr. Ugochukwu, last words. Also, maybe how do we go about accessing what you talked about, where has housed the PICNG, and your final thoughts?
Thank you. Again, I just want to highlight that switching to CNG has climate benefits. And when we talk about reduction in greenhouse gases, I mentioned earlier, nitrous oxide, PM10, in fact, switching to CNG does not emit PM10. And those are the things that need to be quantified. At PICNG, beyond deployment of assets, I think we've talked about deployment of CNG-powered vehicles, deployment of kits, creation of conversion centers. There's also the objective of creating a financial ecosystem that will provide the kind of financial products, maybe engaging with institutions like Alternative Bank, to be able to make sure that users of these products can be able to acquire them on a payment plan that reduces pressure on their monthly cash flows. That's just being a summary.
Thank you. Final words, Mr. Godwin Okodua.
Thank you. Just to say, we are available for collaboration. The bankers, Alternative Bank, the LPG suppliers, the LPG bottling plants, LGV. We are available for collaboration. You want to earn, if you can earn money, if you can get money back for your investment in the business, why not? Talk to us, and we're available for you. Thank you.
I think I should say talk to Nlcga, and we'll get them for you. Okay. On that note, do we have any questions or comments from the audience? Okay, I'm guessing it's all clear. We know how to grow the volumes now, adopt other means other than cooking. Any questions or comments? Okay, that will be all. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, that was the second panel session with the topic, Technology Shaping the Future of the Gas Sector. We'll have a group photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paparazzi, please, that should be your cue. Our panelists have done justice to the topic of session 2, and yes, they've added there how technology is shaping the future of the gas sector in Nigeria. All right, let's have the plaques. Thank you. So after we have all our panelists with their plaques, we'll have another group photograph. Thank you very much. And once we're done with that, we'll move straight to session 3. All right, paparazzi, there you go. Once again, thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, our distinguished delegates, that was session 3. And yes, that was session 2. And we're moving straight to session 3 right about now. The topic for session 3 is CNG/LNG potential in logistics. And yes, our speakers are ready and raring to go. And yes, at this time, we'll be inviting them to take their seats on the stage. Please join me to welcome our first panelist for session 3, the Technical Assistant Strategic Projects at the Presidential Initiative on CNG, PICNG. Please make welcome Yinka Rufai. Round of applause for him as he takes his seat on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome. It is an honor to have you with us today. All right, thank you very much. Our second panelist is the Director, Tracksport Rail Services Limited. Please make welcome Soji Morris Dia. Round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. It is an honor to have you with us today. Director, Transports Rail Services Limited, Soji Morris Dia. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, also joining this panel session is the Executive Director, Green Liquefied Natural Gas Limited, GLNG, and Green Fuels Limited, Dhirendra Singh Chauhan. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Right beside Mr. Rufai will just be fine, sir. Right beside Mr. Rufai, yes. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. Exactly. I've not been advised of the presence of our final panelists, but just to be sure, I don't want to miss anyone out. The Chief Operating Officer, Transport Services Limited, Mr. Idris Akinsoye. Aha, great. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. It is an honor to have you with us today. The CEO, Transport Services Limited, Mr. Idris Akinsoye. You're most welcome. Right beside Mr. Chauhan would just be perfect. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the full complement of our panel on stage, and to drive the conversation for session 3 with the topic CNG/LNG potential in logistics, please join me to welcome our second Vice President, Nlcga, who also doubles as the Managing Director, Hima Merchants, Mr. Bashir Abdurrahman. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Right beside me will just be fine, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the full complement of our panel already seated. Mr. Moderator already seated. Mr. Moderator, let the conversation begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to our conference. Between yesterday and today, there has been a lot of talk about the attractiveness of LNG and CNG and LPG as fuels, the cost savings that people will enjoy from switching to them, and even the strategic security of Nigeria for utilizing our resources. So given the importance of logistics in the world, and given the nature of Nigeria's infrastructure challenges, using gas or increasing the usage of gas in the logistics sector is actually very important to the country, and it's commercially and it makes commercial sense. So to further discuss those benefits, we have here the MD of TSL Logistics, which is a frontline logistics company that is one of the first adopters of CNG and LNG technology in logistics, road transport in Nigeria. We have Mr. Chauhan, who is a producer of LNG. We have Mr. Inka, who is a director in the advisor to the chairman of the government's CNG program, and Mr. Smith, who is a railway practitioner in Nigeria. So we'll start with Mr. Inka. Sorry, let me call up my questions. So, Mr. Inka, given that PCNGI is about 3 years old now, 2 years, what has been the most significant achievement of the program, particularly in the logistics sector?
Thank you, moderator. Let me quickly also thank the audience who have been here since morning. Thank you for waiting for this grave night shift, because I'll be graveyard shift. Because I tell you, if as we sit here now, if we were looking at an empty audience, we would be very sad, right? So thank you for staying this long. I think you guys deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. Okay, so like the moderator has asked and identified, PICNG is just 2 years old. We were launched in October of 2023 as a direct response to that momentous statement by the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, about the existence or the status of petrol subsidy payment. And as my chairman has mentioned yesterday, and my colleagues have all spoken about throughout today, you know, our focus is on the adoption of CNG as an alternative fuel to petrol and diesel. I will qualify that as we go along in the discussion. Now, within that adoption, what was the key priority? You will agree that the price of petrol shot up at that point in time. And as a responsible government, right, we had to let the populace, the people, see that we weren't just letting the price of petrol rise without an alternative. So our very first priority was to establish a sort of palliative scheme that showed the people that there was an alternative to petrol that was available. Even if it wasn't immediately available, at least they could see, somebody mentioned rainbows and getting to the end of the rainbow, but they could see a tunnel and a light at the end of it. That if we continued to adopt CNG as we had hoped, that eventually the price of the fuel that they use for transporting themselves and their goods would eventually drop. And because of that, we started out with different kinds of incentive programs, the conversion incentive program being the main of those programs, which was essentially to convert municipal transport buses within major cities from the use of petrol to the use of CNG, which was clearly, obviously, why. The mass majority of Nigerians don't drive cars, they move around in buses. And we then tacked onto that the fare reduction scheme, which we have running in places like Lagos, Abuja, and a number of other tier 1 towns. A good problem to have that came afterwards was all of a sudden we started to see queues in CNG stations. When at the beginning of 2023, there were maybe only 7 CNG stations. And then all of a sudden there were 10, 15, 20. The number was increasing. And as the number of, in other words, as the supply was increasing, the demand was increasing even more. Fantastic problem to have. And a massive indicator to the private sector and investors that this is an industry that is on the growth path. And of course, we are responding to, we have already started responding even before the growth happened. But you will all agree with me that the process for developing infrastructure has a long lead time, right? But we have continued to ramp up the availability of gas in supply and infrastructure to cater for the current demand and future demand. Now, and this panel is exactly the kind of place for me to talk about it, we are going into what we call the diesel retrofit program. What is the diesel retrofit program? As simple as I can put it, it is an ambitious program to reduce the price of essential commodities, food, agricultural products, or in the least reduce their inflation. And how do we want to do that? We know that the majority of goods and commodities that move around in our nation are moved around in trucks that are powered by diesel. The last panel has already done all the quantitative analysis I can do for you, so I will just stand on that existing protocol. If you are able to switch using your trucks, right, from consumption of diesel to consumption of CNG, there is an immense amount of savings that you can unlock. And those savings, we hope that most producers and transporters will be able to share with their customers, with the end consumer of the products that they produce or transport. And that is essentially what the diesel retrofit program is, and it stands from our perspective on a number of legs. One, available finance, affordable and easy to achieve and repay finance for the practitioners in the transport sector, in the logistics sector, in the supply chain, to allow for them to be able to easily retrofit their vehicles. We're not talking about new trucks here. There are so many trucks already in operation today. It really doesn't make any sense to jettison them merely because we want to convert to a new fuel. So we're talking about something called diesel dual fuel technology that allows you to consume both diesel and CNG. So available finance, available capacity. We need to grow the capacity to retrofit these vehicles. And it has to be not only numerical, but a geographic spread. It doesn't make sense if I have the full capacity of, say, X 100% in Lagos, and there is no capacity in Kano. Nobody's going to drive their truck from Kano to Lagos to come and retrofit their trucks. So I need to spread that capacity. Physical locations as well as technical skills. Technical skills of people who are able to retrofit, technical skills of mechanics who are able to maintain and fix such vehicles after they have been retrofitted as they move up and down in their work. And then, of course, the drivers of the trucks who are the first level of support, right? So there's capacity. So I've mentioned finance, I've mentioned capacity. And then also, one has just run away from my mind. Most important. I'm sure the Oga of TSL will ask me, where am I going to find the gas? If I convert my truck to CNG today, where is the gas?
Okay, don't worry, we will come to that.
So very critical. I will just mention it because it is a very critical leg of the diesel retrofit program, is that we are also ensuring that there is available infrastructure for supply along the major trucking routes. Okay. So that is what we have done and what we are about to start doing now that is going to impact critically into the supply chain sector, haulage and logistics.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's quite enlightening, and it's a nice segue to the next question, which goes to the MD of TSL. I mean, the CEO of TSL. So my question, sir, is given how there's the excitement about CNG it seems to be a rather recent thing, what motivated your company to invest in CNG and LNG trucks so long ago? Because I know TSL quite well, and you guys have been, I think you are the first to use that technology in logistics. So what made you to go into it?
All right, thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to acknowledge the organizers. I think the last 2 days has been brilliant, awesome. The discussion has been very, very interesting, and so far I find it very educative. I would just appeal that all the discourse that we have today and yesterday, we should try and articulate and have a way to get this to the government. There's a lot that we've put across. There's a lot that's been discussed. Solutions to problems that the government needs to hear. I think it's important that we do that. Having said that, I'd like to respond to you from an everyday Nigerian perspective, first and foremost. Transportation connects and drives the economy. Without transport, there is no commerce. Without transport, there is no manufacturing. Without transport, there is no industry. I dare say that how we commute every day, mobility is the future, and that is powered with what? Energy. The question is, the source of energy is the big question. We all drove here this morning or this afternoon. Our vehicles are powered. How did we power the vehicles? So what has happened in Nigeria over time is the fact that transport and logistics industry has been powered with diesel. And we all know the experience in the past years. There's subsidy removal. Even prior to subsidy removal, we've been challenged with increasing price of fuel almost every other day. Diesel is impacted with forex impact and a whole lot of issues surrounding the emission that comes out of that. So what motivates TSL is in three folds. The first is the fact that cost is important to us as a business. And we realize that the first is cost is important to us as a business. Second is operational efficiency and sustainability. And the third is energy transition. From a cost perspective, we've seen the discussion so far, the slides have been shared. The cost savings with regards to CNG, it's quite significant, right, compared to diesel. The average price of diesel today, average of 950 to 1,050 or 150. Average price of compressed natural gas today is average of 350 to 400 naira per scone. So you can do your math and look at the difference. So for a large-scale transport company that drives efficiency and cost effectiveness, cost is important to us. So what motivates us? Cost is important. Because of cost, we have to do that. Secondly, is the fact that Nigeria is blessed with abundance of gas. We saw this as an energy, a way of energy transition. It's important that we'll be part of the early adopters of gas supporting transportation Nigeria. And lastly, this also speaks to sustainability. Emissions of CO2 from diesel compared to your compressed natural gas. You see the difference. You have as much as about 25% reduction in CO2 emission. And when you put all of this together, and the fact that for us as a business, our strategy has been to be the leading provider. So hence why we invest early, we adopted it early. And what this has done to all our business is the fact that it gives us the leverage to be able to talk to a lot of multinationals, our clients, seeing TSL as the early adopters. Our statistics and our record in terms of green and numbers speaking to green emission or carbon emission, it's one of the things that some of our clients use as a leverage in terms of discussion on their books. And you have a lot of footprints in FMCG industry. You have it in the cement industry, which is cement industry, and of course in food and agro as well. So benefit to us as a business, we've seen a lot of significant improvement in cost. Cost in terms of significant investment, reduction in cost. We've also been able to see a lot of benefit from the perspective of being able to educate our people for the use of gas. In our operations, we've been able to engage quite a lot of OEM to see our best to leverage as much as possible technology adoption for the use of gas across our business operation. So it's been an awesome experience. It comes with a lot of challenges. Like my colleague had mentioned, you have challenges with respect to the fact that there are limited locations you can go with, or you can fuel. Refueling has been a major challenge across our landscape, particularly for a logistic company like ours who covers nationwide, right? Infrastructure challenge has been a major issue. You don't have sufficient of refueling stations across all the channels of Nigeria, right? If you look at the geographical landscape, you only have a bit of it in some locations. So it means that there are locations you may not be able to transport, you may not be able to go if you want to fuel and power your vehicles with CNG. So these are some of the challenges that comes with this. For the locations you have such opportunity, what have we done differently? Is to collaborate with stakeholders in the industry, right? Using virtual pipeline system, or which is the skid and cascade system, or we use the mobile refueling unit to support our business operation as much as possible. So for in those hubs where we have access to energy, you were able to use that to leverage. And what helps us to do is it gives us that advantage to be able to move and take the cost benefits and the economic benefits of gas across our business operation. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akinsoya. My next question would be to Mr. Soji. First, given the trajectory of rail business in Nigeria, you know, the collapse and then the resurgence, I would really like you to first start by telling us what your company does. And then my question is, based on what he said about the challenges of getting sufficient fuel, and given the limitations of rail infrastructure in Nigeria, I mean, for road transport, there are filling stations everywhere. What are the challenges you have faced in securing enough fuel for your operations?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bashir. So in terms of your first question, Transport Rail Services is Nigeria's pioneer rail logistics provider. So we, about 3 or 4 years ago, we signed a rail access agreement with the Nigerian Railway Corporation, which gives us access to utilize the Lagos to Kano tracks to transport primarily freight. We are not currently operational. We are about 6 months, I would say 6 to 9 months away from operationalization. But in terms of our design and the ecosystem that we've built, it's really been around gas, right? So CNG and LNG. We've received a lot of support from the likes of PCNGI and GACN and the like. We have agreements effectively in principle that guarantees us a minimum volume of what we need. So as I said, what we do is primarily take transport and take logistics Lagos to Kano as phase 1. There are other subsequent phases that we'll get into. But in terms of our design, we've primarily focused on CNG and LNG. And the reason it's not, I mean, it's not different to what other people have said here. The cost of diesel, in our case, we believe that there's a lot of leakages that can come with diesel. It's also quite messy. It can be quite disruptive from an environmental perspective. But with the right protections and the right technology, which we do believe we have, leading world-class technology, that it would be minimally risky from a safety perspective. But in terms of the volumes, and I guess I should also state that there is technically a second phase to our project, which is that we will also be a virtual gas pipeline provider. So we will be transporting gas up north as well. And if anything, we would be one of those that would help extend the provision of this at a retail level up north as well. But it's not part of our first phase. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chauhan, I mean, you are the producer. You are the solution to their problems. What do you have what are the reasons for the unavailability or the breaks in supply of CNG? I don't think LNG has that issue, but if it does, please enlighten us.
Ekasan, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me here. Breaks in gas supply, especially CNG, comes by virtue of how CNG operates. So compressed natural gas is basically you are filling high pressure gas in a closed volume containers. I'm putting it, instead of putting a technical name to it. That pressure allows it to go like 250 to 300 kilometer distance comfortably. If you go beyond that, the cost of transportation goes up and then it loses the whole value. So, and then limitation of volume it can carry. So today even the highest volume you can carry in terms of CNG is 10 to 12,000 SCM of gas in one skid. And that's where LNG comes in picture, because you are suddenly increasing the volume of transportation in the same closed 40-feet container by almost 5 to 6 times. So here you are talking about 35,000 to 40,000 SCM of gas going from one distance to other. And that's where the solution comes in. So breakage in CNG, there are many challenges: limitation of volume, limitation of distance. It is heavily depending on route. So if there is a traffic jam, if there is a breakage, there is a problem. Plus, storage of CNG is very expensive. So even if you want, it's not very cost effective, let me put it this way. So if you want to store CNG at your site, it is selling your arm and leg. So nobody wants to do that. And that's where again LNG comes in picture. It replaces the cost of storage to bring it down to a very significant level. And that's how CNG is the first step. I will put it this way. Let me not say CNG and LNG is the next step. And that's how we are also switching from CNG to LNG. We have been in CNG business for the last 10, 15 years now. We are setting up our LNG project in Abeokuta, Ogun State. And in this December, we will start supplying LNG to my right side and to my left side. So we'll be ready this year.
Thank you very much. And I'll cycle back to PICNG. Given what Mr. Chauhan has said about the limitations of CNG, and given that the benefits of, you want to roll the benefits of gas nationwide, does your program have any plans to extend your support to LNG and even LPG? Because, LPG would be easier for at least small vehicles and even generators, given that the equipment is cheaper and is more easily accessible, given that there are plants all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, so PICNG's mandate is, first of all, mobility, intentionally so, because as MDTSL has mentioned, mobility is like the artery of the economy, moving people and goods and so on and so forth. The second level of mandate is that our mandate covers CNG, LNG, EV, hydrogen. In fact, any alternative source of energy for mobility, a part that does not involve the crude oil refining process. So no LPG. So that's the short answer to that question. To extend it just a little bit, we have already started. We already have a number of partnerships that are LNG infrastructure partnerships. The key one I can quickly mention, which was in the news when it was launched, is the Arete Mini LNG in Ajaokuta, which is a partnership between PICNG and Arete LNG. There are two other LNG projects in Ajaokuta. And beyond LNG, we do have a challenge of pipeline. And Ajaokuta is very far from the northernmost parts of Nigeria. And as my brother here has mentioned, CNG can't go very far, right? So we are using, we're not going to wait for AKK to get to Kano, right? So there is natural gas available in Yola, right? And very soon there will be CNG available in Kano. So we are using, all this is collaboration with the private sector anyway. We are using the LCNG process. So we use LNG to transport because there's no limit to the transport. I'm sure you know this. And then when you get, so it essentially turns the LNG station at that other location to a mother station that you can use to convert to CNG and then do your
Hello and
distribution.
welcome
So
back
yes,
to
our purview
NLCGA.
extends beyond
I am Ifeoma
CNG
Okeleke,
within
as
the
you
mobility
know.
space.
Right now, the
Thank you
place
very
is
much.
buzzing
Mr.
with
Chauhan?
stakeholders, exhibitors. The conference is still going on. This is day 2 at the Landmark Event Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. Still on the 15th NLCGA conference and exhibition. And I have here with me the amazing Mr. Talabi Babajide of Gasavant Africa. Hello, Mr. Talabi. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
hi. Thank you very much, Isema, for having
You
me
look
here.
amazing today, as always.
Thank you. Just
Yeah.
trying to get through today. It's been an interesting event so far. So yeah.
All right. So tell us about yourself and tell us about Gasavant.
Well, no, there's no need to add my name again. So
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I'm the co-founder and
Mhm.
chief operating officer of Gasavan Africa. As a company, we are 4 years old, so we're still at our infancy stage, but we've been actively operating for 3 years. And as a company, we do three things mainly: gas supply, gas storage facilities, and gas equipment. Our supply business, takes up most of our day because we do multiple products in that, and then we still have time to do a lot of projects in the storage and the equipment space. So yeah, it's been an exciting year, and it's been a very busy time for us.
Oh, amazing, amazing. So, this is I believe this is not your first time attending the conference.
No, no,
Yes. So as you can see, the theme, economic diversification and private sector growth. How do you think NLCG has like impacted so far, even to Gazavant as a company and as
I
a
mean,
member of the association?
I think the easiest way to describe that is last year was our first time attending NLCJ as
Oh,
Gasavant, and it was also our
nice.
first
Drum
time
roll.
exhibiting. So this
Okay.
year we've come back again, also as an exhibitor. But the key takeaway I can say is that between last year and this year, the impact of NLCG on our business has been huge. So huge that last year we came with a team of 4 people. This year we're here with a team of 9. So
Wow.
we've actually grown our headcount by 100% since
Wow.
NLCGA,
Nice.
simply because of the contact with stakeholders, OEMs, clients, everyone that has really impacted our business. We met them at NLCGA, so it almost feels like a reunion of some sorts because some of the key projects we've done in the last year, some of our OEM partners or our supplier partners are also here as exhibitors, and it's really a really exciting time for us as a company because the opportunities are still out there in terms of gas utilization in Nigeria, and for us as a company, we're just taking it one step at a time. But then we're really excited, and we know that NLCG will play a huge part in that journey for us.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Talabi. Thank you. You see, you said something very striking, which I mean, I didn't even mention it earlier, but Mr. Engineer Mika Iheme said this feels like a reunion, and surprisingly, you said the same thing. So
yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one more thing. You are a returning exhibitor, am I correct?
Yes.
What are you here for? I mean, that sounds like a cliche question, but what are your expectations? We have other exhibitors here too, and it's been an insightful gathering so far. So just tell us about your expectations this year.
I think the key thing for us is because we've got new and exciting projects down our pipeline, we know from experience that coming to NLCG means that we can meet the right stakeholders, we can get those projects over the line. And already I can say that during yesterday's walk around, there is a specific project we're working on, and I found the solution right here. So literally just walking around and I just said, hey, I can see you do this, and they're like, yes. And I'm like, oh my God, I've been looking for this, and it's that level of expectation that we have, that we know that within this conference, within this ground, this small space, that solutions to some of the problems we're having as a business, we can find them right here without having to expend so much man hours trying to figure it out. So the expectation really is that
It's
I walk
high.
here with a new partner, a new supplier, and obviously many more new clients. So yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Talabi. You heard that. You found the solution right here. You found that solution right
Yeah.
here. NLCGA is home. as regards the gas industry, NLCGA is whole. And speaking about the booth, I have my co-host, Yewan Shambo. She's right at the booth and she's, it's buzzing right there. Hi, Yewan. Do tell us what's going over there. Do tell us what's going on over there. Thank you.
Okay, we're not rolling.
I think it's hunger that is doing me. It's
Can you hear me very well?
Yeah.
Okay.
You heard us, right?
Is that the end?
Okay, so I would like to ask you, over the years, Gazavant has always been involved at the NLCGA conference. So would you love to share how, being in this platform, being here has impacted your company? How has it helped with your visibility, company's growth, and networking opportunities within the gas industry?
Okay, for Gas Event Africa, I would say the NLCGA conference and platform has been very instrumental. Someone had told me that you're just 1 degree of separation away from meeting whoever it is you want to meet. And being in this conference, there's really a very strong network that you're able to meet, and you're able to build with the key players of the industry to achieve Nigeria's shared mission of building towards a decade of gas and ensuring that Nigeria is moving towards a cleaner, more sustainable energy. So being on this platform and being a part of the NLCGA has been very pivotal in ensuring that we're on the right track to doing that. You're able to meet business opportunities, you're able to meet key players for collaboration and building together towards the future of Nigeria's energy, and it's just been a very beautiful experience so far. And as we continue to push forward with our end-to-end gas infrastructure solutions at Gas Event Africa across our gas trading and supply, gas infrastructure, and EPCI, we believe that the NLCGA is a very strong partner and is very instrumental for our growth and visibility within the industry and beyond.
That was very insightful. Thank you, Ms. Ijoma, for sharing that. It was such a pleasure having you. And now, finally, in one word, how would you describe the 15th edition of the NLCGA conference? In just one word, what will you say?
Amazing.
Ooh, that's nice. You heard from her. Amazing. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure having you live. All right, so now back to the plenary sessions, the conference. Thank you.
That was beautiful. So now we're repeating the same thing for Dr. Yinka because she's at our stand already. Yeah. Smart energy. There's a lot to talk about that you will enjoy.
Exactly. No, they have it.
With such a good initiative, early adopters, what it does is that every facet of the industry that's trying to go green, trying to transition into gas initiative, they are able to work with you, and it puts you at a vantage position when you're discussing with the client. So those are the experience we've had so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akinsoya. The MC has told me I need to round it up because people need to go and eat. So, are there any questions from the audience? There's somebody at the back there. Oh.
All right, we have 2 hands on this side of the hall. I imagine we'll be able to take those 2 questions. Let me start from the back, please. Thank you. Your name, what you do, and keep your questions short and straight to the point.
My name is Adebi. My question is for Mr. Chawan. The plant in Abeokuta, what size of investment has gone into it? So earlier you were saying you have made this transition from CNG after decades of investment in that, and now you are going into LNG. Can you tell us what that costs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting question, and I really want to know. I will come and talk to you personally why you want to know. but but just because you ask, it is close to $60 million, and the phase one is just $60 million. But as I said, we are targeting 5,000 tons capacity in next 5 years, which is so you can multiply. 250 tons is $60 million. Rest I leave it for your maths. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, my name is Fanira Olalekon. I would like to direct my question to the government official. You are aware that for the CNG, accessibility to get CNG is becoming challenging day by day. And you agree with me that between Lagos to Ibadan, we have just only one plant, NIPCO, and between Oshodi to Maitu, you have one. And it's constituting more or less like a congestion around the axis. What is government doing as an immediate action to ensure we have accessibility to that? Take, for instance, someone that has over 1,000 trucks and goes to the 6th geopolitical zone. How does he cope with that? That's one. Number two, I'm aware that you have an agreement with NIPCO to set up CNG stations for us to access. And the individuals are left out. What are you doing about that? That's my question.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rufai.
Okay, so your first question has two parts to it. I want him to hear my answer.
Hello and welcome back. It's me again, Isioma, and we are still live at Landmark Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria, for the 15th Nlcga conference and exhibition happening live. This is day 2, and it's been nothing short of amazing. If you were here for day 1, you would know that it was a very insightful one. I have here with me the very amazing, elegant, and amicable Dr. Yinka Opeke of Smart Energy. I like to give a drum roll, but I don't have any here. Oh, that's nice. Hello, Dr. Yinka.
Hello.
You look amazing as always.
And so do you.
Oh, thank you so much. Were you here at the one?
I wasn't.
Okay.
I wish I was. Let me just even give you a brief into how I got here today. I came in from London to Abuja this morning, landed 5 a.m., took the 6:30 flight to Lagos, and voila, here I am.
Oh, wow.
So if I was around, I would never have missed day 1.
I mean,
but I heard it was good.
I have to say E for energy because that's a lot, and it takes a lot to be here. You know, it means that this event is a very important one at such a time as this. So, Dr. please tell us about Smart Energies. I see you recently rebranded from Smart Gas. Last year it was Smart Gas. This year we are saying Smart Energies. So I'm excited and I'm curious to know why the rebranding and you know.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Hello everyone. My name is Nlcga and I'm the CEO of Smart Energies. Essentially, we're in the downstream and renewable sector. So we're into LPG, which is liquefied petroleum gas, and that's popularly known as cooking gas. And we're also into renewable solutions. Some of our notable solutions are our mobile app, where you can buy gas, you can order gas from the comfort of your home across the 36 states and FCT, regardless of where you are. So we provide a platform for sellers to meet buyers. So look at it as an Amazon for gas. So you're not buying smart gas. You might be buying from Moando, you can buy from NNPC, it doesn't really matter. We just aggregate to make cooking gas accessible. And that's really at the core of our operations in Smart Energies. Secondly, we also do cylinders. We manufacture our own cylinders, Smart Energy cylinders, from 3 kg up to 50 kg. And we retail to end users, to wholesalers in the market who also retail to end users. We also do LPG logistics, bulk logistics to hotel, restaurants, bars, and all of that. And we have also what we call the subsidy cards. We do a lot of advocacy at the grassroots. We are really known for our advocacy events. And that essentially is where we try to transition those women in the underserved communities who are using firewood, kerosene, and charcoal. We look for sponsors and sustainability collaborators to buy those cylinders on their behalf, because the initial cost of the cylinder is always a problem for transition. So, but the moment you buy a cylinder for someone, it's easier for them to refill 1 kg, 2 kg, 3 kg, right? So we do a lot of advocacy. Now, beyond that, we have now introduced again a subsidy card, which is one of our biggest pride.
Can we
You know,
see
yay,
it?
that's our subsidy card.
Yeah.
You know, we're smart energies for a reason. The smart part of it is the technology we deploy. So of course, with the smart energy, this one, they are prepaid cards whereby you can decide to support a family with maybe 5,000 naira for the next 1 year so that you can augment the cost of the cooking gas. So they don't revert to firewood type of thing just because of the economic hardship in the country. So it's a core CSR initiative. You know, we do that, you know, and of course our latest babies are electric motorcycles. So e-mobility is one of the things that we're now big on, and that's exactly why we transitioned from smart gas to smart energies, because we're now doing different forms of energy, not just gas, we're doing renewables. So we're doing electric motorcycles, you know, we're doing solar powered charging stations, you know, and you know, all of that good stuff. So yes, we're in the energy space, and our slogan is together in energy, together for humanity. So whatever we can do to create energy access, leveraging technology and behavioral change, that's where we are.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Inka.
you.
That was very insightful. You know, there's something about smart energies. Every year they come to this conference, they always come with a banger. I mean, I have to put it that way because last year I remember you came with something about the vendor cards.
Yes,
And it
yeah,
was
okay,
everywhere. Even
yes.
after the conference,
I
people
remember.
were still talking about it. The whole campaign was buzzing. We really love it for you, Ma.
Thank
Okay,
you so much.
so about the conference. This is not your first time attending NLCGA conference and exhibition, and it's been 15 years back to back. And what has the impact been like so far on smart energies?
So to be honest, I think it's been more of visibility, you know, and information dissemination about the sector because they represent the sector, right? You know, so just being a member and having one-on-one relationships with the management and people like you, it gives us, because we just joined the sector less than about 5 years ago, and just being a part of the association, the networks that you make, the people that you make. Sometimes when you meet, sometimes when we're having challenges with importing our cylinders or whatever it is that we have, you know, we're speaking to Lisa Ikundayo, we're speaking with, you know, Lanre, Ladri, we're speaking with the team, you know. So for me, I keep saying it that wherever you are is as good as how you explore, you know, the opportunities there. So for smart energies, no regrets whatsoever. We're happy to exhibit. We're happy to always be here because it goes beyond the exhibition. It's people that you meet, pretty faces like you. You understand, you know. So you continue to oil those relationships, you know. So it's very important because it takes a village. At the end of the day, you can't do life alone, and you can't do business alone. Let alone in Nigeria. So we need platforms like this, you know, NLCG, and thumbs up to, you know, everybody who's making it possible to do all the policy, the advocacy, interacting with government, and just supporting the private sector players in the space. So for me, it means a whole lot more than just exhibiting. It's the interaction, it's the platform, and it's the people.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Inka. You see, this is probably my third guest, or yeah, third guest today. You know, re-emphasizing that the Nigerian Liquefied and Compressed Gases Association is home.
Yes.
And when we talk about the gas sector and the gas industry in Nigeria, NLCGA is home because we have so many returning exhibitors. You know, we also have new, but we also have returning exhibitors, and smart energies is one of them. So, Dr. Inka, I see that you were a speaker today. It was, I mean, I was there for a few minutes, but it was really insightful. So could you give us like key takeaways from your session?
I think the key takeaway is a lot of people are doing a lot in the sector. And it was very heartwarming for me. The value chain is very wide. You have to just decide where you want to play. Right? So oil and gas is upstream, midstream, downstream. Across board, people are leveraging technology. You know, there's the human part. So I just observed today a lot of things around the carbon credit market, a lot of things about green bonds, you know, financing. You know, so you see different people having different solutions just to ensure that there is access, affordability, availability, and even efficiency. So I think the key takeaway for me is the smart things that so many organizations are doing. Private sector companies, corporate sector companies, financial institutions, there's some of these banks that are really into the whole cleaner energy, renewables, and they're bringing out solutions to support women. A lot of them are women focused, a lot of them are SME focused. So I think the key takeaway for me is what so many people in their own little way how they're contributing to the CNG, LPG, natural gas, renewable market is remarkable. And I can only tell the government to continue to support the sector because so many people are willing to, invest their funds into it and just give us an enabling platform for us to, do what we can.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Yinka. You had that groundbreaking solution, innovative ideas, and all. So yeah, I have my co-host. She's at Smart Energies exhibition booth right now. Hi, Yawan. How you doing? Oh, you look lovely as always. So do tell us what's going over there. What's going on over there?
Okay, okay. Count down now.
Hi, my name is Yerwang and I'm back again. So we're currently here at the Smart Energies exhibition stand. One of the most reputable and returning exhibitors of the Nlcga conference. And here with me is the beautiful.
Hi, my name is Tosin Oluwatosin Oseni. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too, Tosin. So currently, Ms. Tosin here is going to showcase, what they have ongoing at their booth. So can you kindly take us through what you have, your services, your products, and your technologies? We would love to see more. All right, so let's go. Okay.
Yeah. So this year, we are exhibiting our LPG cylinders across all of the 5 sizes. We have the 3 kg, the 6 kg, the 12.5, 25 kg, and that's 50 kg. So for the 3 kg, we have 2 different models. This is a much newer model. This is the older one that has like the camping burner. Then the 6 kg with the accessories, the 12.5, the 25 kg. Also with the accessories. Then at the back here, we have our mobile kitchen. Initially, when we designed this, we designed it with the MSMEs in mind, just a way of promoting cleaner cooking energy for roadside vendors. But along the line, you find out that anybody can use it actually. At the comfort of your home, you want to make food on the spot, ambala on the spot, or you just want to bleach palm oil, but you don't want to do it indoors. You can have it. It's a very, very efficient product. It comes with extender where you can arrange all of your items when you're cooking. We have several models of it. We have versions that have 2 burners and zinc. We have just burners without zinc. So it's very efficient. Then here we have, we have our electric bikes. So as you know, the world is evolving now into more renewable energies. This was designed just to promote efficiency, essentially, and it's a very good investment if you ask me. So on the average, this can go between 75 to 85 kilometers before you'd have to charge again. And let me put this to perspective for you. The whole of Tomiland Bridge is 6 kilometers. So it will go to and fro Tomiland 7 times before you'd have to recharge it. And there's no long process to it. It's just connected to your sockets at home. You can charge with your normal solar panel or inverter or just your normal socket. So then we also have some of our other products that like our mobile app, for instance. It's like an Uber, but just for gas. It's a platform that connects buyers and retailers of LPG or cylinders. You can make an order from your house. Then we also do the solar panel installations. We have the subsidy cards as well, which is also a way of promoting affordability and accessibility of LPG to undeserved areas, where financiers just kind of sponsor people, on the card, and you go to all these retailer outlets and you can make purchase with that. So that is a brief overview of our products at Smart Energy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Tosin, for sharing that. That was so insightful. So everyone knows where to come get their electric bikes. If you want to be on the 3rd Mainland Bridge, please, here is your go-to ride. Thank you so much, Smart Energies. Thank you. All right. So lastly, in your final word, in just one word, how has the Nlcga conference been for you so far? Just one word.
One word. I'd say insightful, actually. It's been very insightful. I've learned a lot, got to meet a lot of great people in the energy, LPG industries. Yes, so it's been very insightful.
Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you so much for sharing. All the best, smart energies. Thank you. We are rooting for you. Okay, thank you so much. All right.
CNG operates at a high pressure level between 200 to 250 bar. So the safe handling of the product is very, very critical. In terms of identifying leakages through joints, hoses or valves, very, very critical in terms of safe handling. And also requires specialized storages that must be well ventilated. So temperature control is very, very key as well. And obviously we all know that Lagos is saturated. So the location you plan to deploy the infrastructure is also very essential. You must meet all the safety distances stipulated by NMDPRA. The EIAs and the safety audits must also be properly done. Then we go into training. The training of the technicians that will be operating this equipment is very, very important. It's like you go buy a Rolls Royce, then you tell a child that doesn't know how to drive to operate it. It's going to be disastrous, right? Which leads to my next comment of regulatory compliance. I'll give you an instance. Lagos has over 250 LPG plants in Lagos, probably even more. Less than half of those have proper documentation in terms of license to operate by NMDPRA and even proper firefighting systems. So what are we doing as Ibile Oil and Gas to address this? I'm pleased to say that we've been ISO certified for 3 years now. ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 in occupational and safety management systems, environmental management systems, and also quality management systems. So safety is integral to everything we do. It's a strong part of our core. So yes, we do have our standard operating procedures in terms of what our technicians need to do on a daily basis, what they need to check for, safety protocols in terms of in case of emergencies. But we just keep training and retraining the staff. We've trained over 85 technicians from different OEMs with our partners, from Land Lorenzo actually. Technicians, OEMs from Toyota, GAC, JAC, Coscharis for Ford, Mandelas. We've converted over 200 vehicles. Lamata last mile buses that you see on the road, the lag ride taxis, even the Loma trucks that pick up your waste. But what's key for us is that we're transferring international knowledge and building capacity for Nigerians. We're also planning to invest in infrastructure. Our goal is to deploy 17 CNG stations by Q1. 3 of those stations will actually be operational by November. So we're very excited about this. And lastly, we're working closely with the regulators, not just to be compliant, but to ensure that we can enhance the standard for CNG operations, just like we've done in our LPG business as well.
Thank you very much for that insightful response. 2 things you mentioned, I'll just talk about, is the documentation and also compliance with the regulators. We also have a regulator here, but before we get to hear from the regulator, we would get to hear from Michelle. So if you can hand over the mic to her. Okay, you have one. So Michelle, I would also want to find out, as a COO of Poland Gas, when it comes to vehicle conversion to CNG, we know that it offers a very huge benefit, and we know that this needs to be regulated. And we also know that this comes with a risk if conversion are purely executed and uncertified. From Poland operation experience, what quality control or certification protocol must be mandatory for conversion centers to ensure that this vehicle remains safe, not just at installation, but throughout the life cycle of that vehicle? Yeah.
Thank you, Hope, for your question. And to dive right into it, now we know that everybody's craving for the adoption of CNG in Nigeria, but the adoption cannot move forward if we don't put safety in the first place. Safety has to be the first thing we look at. Now, at Portland Gas, we thrive on safety in the sense that, first of all, before we carry out any conversion, we do pre-conversion checks. We must make sure that your vehicle is safe and good to go. Once it's certified good to go, then after the conversion, we do a multi-level certification, if I may call it that. So we're talking about calibration checks, we're talking about valves checks, making sure everything is in place. Now, when you release the vehicle to the individual, we have the policy that the vehicle must come back quarterly for any checks. It's scheduled every quarter for checks, but then before the quarter mark, we always advise the users before, or if should in case you take note of anything abnormal, no matter how little it may be, you must report. You call us, and then we can ask you to bring it in, or we go over to meet you as the case may be. Now, if safety is put in place in not just Portland Gas, but in every conversion center, we'll see that the adoption will increase. While we're talking about safety, we also know that there are bodies to certify, like the likes of NEDDC, who certifies conversion centers. And then you also have certified conversion centers that are certified to train other technicians, which Portland Gas is one of. Now, before any technician is certified a conversion technician, you must have undergone rigorous training. Now we're talking about not just theoretical, but rigorous practical training. Could span in for weeks. For example, we can have a candidate that comes in, and after, let's say, a 2-week mark, but we've noticed that he's not good to go and he still has some flaws here and there, then we would advise him to stay back and receive more training. And until he's certified good to go, we do not issue any form of certification. Now, with other conversion centers, we've also heard that around you would have roadside conversion centers, if they call them that, whereby just anybody comes up and, says, oh, he's now a conversion center, and begins to try to convert vehicles, which is wrong. Now, here, the government should find a way to have like a conversion registry, whereby certified conversion centers can log in their converted vehicles. And then there could be like a QR code that can be scanned to check if it's actually coming from a certified conversion center or whatnot. Also, we make sure that at Portland Gas we work with certified kits, OEM certified kits that is approved by the Standard Organization of Nigeria, as well as of course, we work closely with PCNJ. PCNJ has been very instrumental in the adoption of CNG, where they also send vehicles for conversion, and of course, they're also certified as well under PCNJ. So if individual organizations do not put that safety check into place, then we're going to notice that the adoption of CNG will dwindle. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your response. We have also heard from Michelle, who is the CEO of Poland Gas. She spoke about training of the staff, ensuring that the vehicles are being checked quarterly, and she mentioned a whole lot of things. And we'll be going to Engineer Ajachi, who is the group head of mechanical engineering, and So SON has developed 86 CNG related standard. How do SON check that companies are compliant with this standard, and how do they check in terms of what is on paper? Is it actually implemented on this field? How does SON ensure that all the standards are implemented?
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say that it's been mind-blowing being here. One of the ways SON checks the implementation of the standards is through her SONCAP process. And the SONCA process has been tweaked, and we tweaked with the support of PICNG and other stakeholders, just to suit and fit into the renewed hope agenda of the president and the president's demand that Nigerians move to CNG. Now what happens is that we have 5 delegated IEFs, independent accredited firms, that use the requisite standards for CNG equipment and gas equipment to test the products at the manufacturer's premises. So every CNG or LPG or gas-related equipment coming into Nigeria is first tested using the requirements of requisite standards. Now, the test report is reviewed by SON, the mechanical group of SON, and once it's found valid and okay, then we authorize our IEFs to issue the SONCAP certificate. Now, we still have a lot of gas equipment coming into the country that do not have SONCAP. They just appear at the port. And somehow, there are some we even find at warehouses of various importers. There are some that just appear at the port, and we have to still test in country. So that's what we do. I would like us to be clear about something. To avoid overregulation, PICNG sat down with all regulators, and we assigned functions to every regulator. So SON's primary function is to ensure that every equipment coming to the country meets standard requirements, while we work with other regulatory agencies to maintain standard requirements during the conversion and installation process. For those who are into conversion, we have a guideline, a standard which was written specifically for conversion, and that standard is National Guideline 1214 of 2024. It's a brand new guideline. It clearly details all the safety requirements you have to go through when you are carrying out a conversion of any vehicle. And it clearly states that every converted vehicle should be marked so that motorists driving behind you or around you will know that you're driving a CNG vehicle. Now we have road safety and NADDC to collaborate with to ensure that all this gradually comes into play in our nation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that response. I would also want to find out, have there been defaults of this standard? Just a follow-up question.
Yeah, there have been numerous defaults. In short, just I'll start with defaults even during the inspection overseas. PICNG will call us and say, this importer, this manufacturer, he's saying SON is causing a delay. You know, and we're telling PICNG, we went there and we didn't see any machines. The guy is just a dealer who puts components in a box and wants to ship them to Nigeria. So we can't certify this person to bring products into Nigeria. And when PICNG hears that, they just turn their back on the person putting pressure on them. Then we also have manufacturers who aggregate. They're only manufacturing one component of the conversion kit. Then they aggregate orders from different other manufacturers. Yeah, we don't expect a manufacturer of a conversion kit to be able to manufacture every component of the kit in one location. But what SON has said is that if you must manufacture or you must send kits to Nigeria, you must have capacity to test everything using the requisite standards. So when our inspectors go there, our inspectors are already overseas, so in 48 hours they can come to your premises once you comply with the paperwork online. Once they go to your premises, within 48 hours, they can test with you to see that those components you're putting in a box to send to Nigeria actually meet standard requirements. And what we've done also is, you see, the shipment process has 2 steps. The first step is to pay your vendor overseas. So you need a product certificate for that. Before you pay a vendor, Sun has ensured that you are paying the right person who has capacity to manufacture for you. So we visit the factory, make sure he has the capacity to manufacture, we give you a product certificate. Now, before you ship, we also give you a shipment certificate. Sun, we make sure that we inspect at that premise we did the first inspection and ensure that it's the same person loading into the container, and we seal the container with you. That's what we've done for CNG equipment. For other products coming into Nigeria, we may be a little flexible to ensure ease of doing business. But for CNG, we don't want to take any of such chances. Because we found out that someone will write to Sun, get approval to get products from manufacturer A, and then when the product comes to the country, it is from manufacturer B. So for CNG, we don't want that. We want to make sure that whatever is coming to the country is what we have done oversight for. Now, when products come into Nigeria, Paraventure Sun puts a hold on that product. What we do is to move it to our own warehouse. We take samples to our lab. We test the products, destructive and non-destructive test. When we confirm that that product meets standard requirements, we give you your requisite service charges, and after which we give you an approval. And PICNG is working very closely with us. If we do not know you, PICNG will not attend to you. So sometimes many people who have already taken products to their warehouse will find their way back to Sun because they want patronage from PICNG. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your response. Engineer Akimbode, I don't know if you are with the mic. Yeah. Okay. So, in your experience, what are your unique safety risks? I understand that Gasco Marine is a subsidiary of Viatem. So, what are the unique safety risks associated with operating distributed or small-scale CNG infrastructure in a densely populated area compared to a centralized system?
Okay, thank you. There are 3 key or 4 key factors that you have to look at. One has to do with gas leak. Another has to do with proximity to buildings around. Another has to talk about CNG transportation bottleneck. Also, the last one has to talk about infrastructure. And I think that of infrastructure was actually spoke about in the last session by the PECGI representative. And for the gas leak, you can't do without gas leak in the CNG distributed system. These are bound to happen. But what do you do in order to eradicate this? These are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves. And one of the things that you need to do is to ensure that you have trained personnel that are ready to attend to issues like this. You will find out that as the CNG business grows in Nigeria, there are some centers that probably are not accredited yet, and we have some people that are not skilled that may likely want to attend to this sort of gas leak. They don't know what to do. So it's important that to address this type of risks, people should be trained and retrained, and proximity of building a CNG station to commercial building or to residential building should also be eradicated. I know NEPR has a regulatory framework that do not allow this. So that's why you find out that you don't see most of these stations within a registration permit or commercial area because of LNDPL regulatory code that you have to follow. So it's important that we follow, or any station that wants to set up a station, follow all these laid down rules by LNDPRA so that these risks will be eliminated totally. Also, it's important that there should be continuous education, like the MD of Portland Cement rightly said. There should be continuous public education. People need to be aware of what CNG is about. You'll find out that nowadays, most people do not even know the risks associated with CNG. People are scared. People don't know what is going on. So if there is any little leak that is noticed, people intend to blow it out of proportion. It's because people don't understand. So there still needs to be more of public enlightenment so that people will know what and what to do in case there is a gas leak. Also, what we have done as a CNG player is that when these data stations come to our station to load CNG, we always have this interaction with the drivers. We do a kind of retraining for them, despite the fact that they have done some training on their own. We do a form of retraining, have constant communication with them, so that they as well can pass it across, to other people around. So it's important that public education or public enlightenment needs to be done more, so that people can really understand that CNG is safe. Once you notice this, don't attempt to do it on your own. Just get the people that are trained to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that response. You can, so Michelle, this is for you. For Poland, when it comes to safety and when it comes to risk management in CNG, what are the myths? What do you think are the things that maybe you're trying to engage a customer, or maybe you're trying to engage a client, or maybe you're trying to transport CNG from one location to another location? What are the risks you've seen? Fears of people? What were the things your company did to tell them, to give them assurance that this is safe and this there are policies in place? And maybe you can just share a story or maybe an engagement with any of the client or something. Thank you.
Okay. So for the risks and people's adaptability, I would say it will always dwindle, because Nigerians generally, they associate gas with fear. So just like before CNG came into play, it was, when you hear gas, everybody thinks, okay, it's LPG, and everybody associates LPG with explosions. So when you hear LPG, you have the fear of, oh, it can explode, it's fire and all that. But one thing they don't know is that with CNG, it's a lot more safer. And we cannot overemphasize the need for education and re-education. Because no matter who you meet, there's always going to be that person that is holding back. And even you see it even with learned people that you wouldn't expect to see it. Now, I give you an example. One day I was speaking with a client and we're talking about conversions. And he was like, why will I want to carry a CNG gas tank in my trunk? I'm going to explode. Now, we all know you're not just going to explode. But then, people do not know that. And that's why there's a need for education. And it's in everybody's, not just Portland, but in everybody in the sector. It lies in our hands to actually educate people, educate the public on the use and safe usage of CNG. Now, you have to first of all come down to explain the fact that, okay, CNG is safer, it's lighter, if it escapes, it goes above the air, Now, what do you say when somebody is still held back with acceptability or adaptability? it still goes around the whole education. You need to educate and explain until the person comes around. And somehow you find out that at some point they come around. Now, moving CNG from point to point, there are risks. And that's why before the start of the day, we make sure that we have pre-inspection checks. They are mandatory. We also have logs where we log every incident or anything that has been found. Now you're dealing with leaks. In the morning, you have to make sure that, okay, before a truck goes out, you're checking the valves. And the good thing is that there are pressure relief valves that are installed in the cylinders. But that's not to say that you don't do the manual checks. From time to time as well, we check the cylinders, hydrostatic tests, non-destructive tests. We make sure that all those things are put in place. We do not compromise on safety in any form. Now, like the gentleman beside me said, educating the drivers is key. Not just the drivers, but the escorts, the people that are riding with the drivers. You have to educate them, recertify them on a yearly basis. You also have to train them on emergency response techniques. You have to make sure that you also have fire suppression equipment already put in place just in case. Now, in the terrain we find ourselves, Nigeria, we have really bad roads, something that we have to find a way around. Now, we have to make sure that the drivers are equipped with defensive driving, which is very important.
All right. Thank you very much for that response. We understand that people need to be educated. People need to be sensitized about the use of CNG. There are a lot of benefits using CNG, and if they are well educated, they would tend to adopt this technology and ways of using as an alternative fuel. So we're going to Mr. Kayode. We also understand that scaling infrastructure is one side. We understand that as a company, we have goals, we have targets. Since the presidential CNG initiative are giving a target of by 2027, 1 million vehicles will be converted. We also understand that in terms of your business, you also have a target of scaling. So we know that's one side of the story, but how is it on the other side of scaling when it comes to safety? In your view, what are the best practices when it comes to risk management? We understand that there will be risks when it comes to you scaling more because we know that we don't have enough conversion centers at the moment, but we know that in 2 years to come, there will be more conversion centers. There will be more transportations of CNG. What is your company doing? What are the best practices are you implementing in terms of when it comes to scaling in CNG infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you. So I think my brother next to me made a very valid point in terms of, first of all, SON does a fantastic job when it comes to certifying equipment, because we're a living example of that as well. So they do certify when you travel, because our vendors, OEMs actually here, they test, they travel, they test the equipment for you before you can actually clear customs or get your IDEC. They also clear the equipment as well. But in terms of what needs to be standardized, all SOPs for CNG operators, I believe, should be standardized. I also believe a joint task force needs to be set up that compromises of NMDPRA, SON, NADDC, Safety Commission, and all the regulators. It will help for ease of operations. Then a national risk register where you can report incidences. It becomes like a knowledge hub where you can learn from other operators' engagements and what occurs on their own plants as well. I think that will be very helpful. Then the MISDO training. We've done a couple MISDO training. That's the minimum industry safety training for downstream operators. It needs to be robust to articulate more for CNG. There's a lot that needs to be added in terms of that training as well. And a lot of regulatory alignment in terms of the HS codes as well needs to be properly articulated. So these are just a few things that I believe will also help expand. My colleague already said on the other side that, from Portland. She mentioned that safety is paramount and the education. So I personally, I drive a converted vehicle, but even as I head the gas department in my own office, I had my own reservations, right? I was worried about, like she said, explosions. I'm the head of the department. So talk less of other people that are not even part of the gas space. But you have to understand that it's actually very safe. Even what happened in Benin, if you realize the tank and the cylinder at the back, nothing actually happened to it. But people, the first thing that the blogs will post is there was a gas explosion. So that understanding of where the OEM is manufacturing the cylinder from, who is doing the actual conversion, are they certified, all that awareness is what most of the plans that we're going to be doing from next year when we start to create awareness in Lagos State. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your response. So if you have questions in the audience, just do well to prepare your questions. I just want each of the panelists to answer this question just with one sentence. What is the single most important action Nigeria must take today to ensure that CNG expansion happens safely and sustainably? In one sentence. So you can go first.
One sentence.
Yeah, one sentence.
It'll be difficult to do that in one sentence, but I believe it must be safety is paramount, and we should not cut corners because any single infraction can actually destabilize the CNG project for Lagos State and Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Incidentally, today, PICNG launched the NGVMS portal, which serves as the task force for the CNG initiative. On that portal, every agency comes together to share ideas, and also there's room for the users to share ideas because in the aviation industry, when an incident happens, nobody hides the cause of the incident. But we think that hiding the cause of an incident will make the incident go away. But getting to the root of that incident is the way to ensure safety. So the NGVMS portal is our inroad into ensuring safety for all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that.
NGVMS. NGVMS. NGVMS is the Nigerian gas monitoring system. Gas vehicle monitoring system.
Okay, Michelle, you can.
Okay. So in a sentence, I would say there should be discipline, standards, and a shared culture for safety in a sentence.
All right, thank you.
So in a sentence, I would say safety is priority. CNG has come and it has come to stay. Safety should be the priority in all that we do.
Yeah, thank you for that. So do we have any question in the audience? Okay, if there is no question, okay, we have a question. Okay, just one. Okay.
All right, your name, what you do, and your question, short and straight to the point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anuluakpo Gabriel. I work with A2M Energy. So my question is, most of the speakers have spoken well, and the last question you asked, they are saying safety, safety, safety. So what is that safety measures for CNG gas? What are the safety measures? My question is directly to him. Yes. Yeah.
I guess there are a lot of majors that have been mentioned, but you will throw more light to that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and try to answer your question. So, safety measure, first of all, you want to convert your car. Where are you going to take your car to? Is the vendor accredited? Have you heard information about that particular vendor? Does the vendor have partnership with PCNGI? Where is the OEM? Who's the OEM kits that the person bought the equipment from? The refueling station, who are they using? Those are individual questions that end users need to actually ask themselves. So when people ask me, I try to look at myself as an example now, because I open my boots, I first explain I'm cost saving about 60% and all that. But the OEM we chose to use is an European company. They've done over 70 years experience in terms of converting. So before we went to pick any partnership, because obviously as much as we're a private entity, we represent Lagos State government. So the partnership and the esteem of that particular company speaks for itself. So when you go online and you see the kind of conversions we've done compared to other companies, and I'm not trying to undermine any other company, there's a comparison. The type of kits and all the components being used is totally very, very different. So I can sleep at night knowing that the OEM that this company has used, they will never ever compromise. And we have after sales service. The company also has a proper research and development arm as well. So they keep trying to innovate as well. I hope I was able to answer your question. So you can contact me. My name is Kaidani Baba. I'm the head of gas. If you want to convert your car, we have our center should be open in Nlcga very soon. And we also plan to have about 10 conversion centers very soon. So I'll give you my card, and I'll make sure we can do a conversion for you for free.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Engineer Jashi, you wanted to give a comment so that we can just round up quickly.
I wanted to talk about requalification. It has been silent here. Every onboard cylinder has to be requalified every period of time, over a period of time. For Nigeria, the national guideline says 5 years. So every 5 years, your cylinder has to be requalified. And Sun already has 2 requalification centers, one in Matori and one in what's the name of Ikorodu. And we'll be rolling out more very soon. And I'll show you very soon in the news, you'll start seeing adverts about requalification and the need for requalification. The cylinder has to be checked, not just your CNG cylinders, even your LPG cylinders have to be requalified. The same 5 years. And your LPG cylinders have a lifespan of 15 years. Your CNG cylinders have a lifespan of it's the same 20 years, but the guideline has the clear specification. I think it's the same 20 years. Yeah. So please, CNG 20 years, LPG 15 years. Thank you very much. And when you look at your cylinder, you will see the date of manufacture. So all you need to do is to add 5 years to know whether you are due for requalification and 20 or 15 years to know whether you are expired. Thank you.
Okay, microphone.
Good afternoon. For the requalification centers you mentioned, are they operational now, and is it free?
It's for a cost, at a cost. At a cost. For now, is at a cost.
So it's going to become free eventually?
No, it's your service. It's your product. You're the owner of the product, so it's for your safety, so it's not going to be free. It may be subsidized with partnerships and collaboration, but for now it's at a cost.
Okay, so let me ask this question. I'm a low-income earner, right? And I bring my cylinder, it's a 3 kg cylinder, and you check it and you see it's not fit for use. Are you going to... I'm not going to go back home with that cylinder because it's something we need to speak about. Otherwise, you won't have the low-income people coming in.
I was talking with Oga beside you just now, and I said there's a robust there's a robust plan, which I will continue the conversation with Nlcga and other partners that I've seen in the room. Sun has a robust plan to ensure, and that's why right now our focus is on CNG requalification. Because LPG requalification is a 65-year-old problem in Nigeria. I know cylinders in my father's house that were older than me, and I had to retire when I got knowledge about age of cylinders. And I know that every one of us in this room have no cylinders that probably bear names in your houses because of how old you've been seeing them. And when a cylinder is over 15 years, using that cylinder has already become a safety risk. For LPG cylinders, Sun is determined to tackle this safety risk. And there is a robust plan in place to ensure that we retire every expired or substandard cylinder in the market. And I'm very certain that in the next 18 months, all these cylinders will be out of circulation.
Thank you so much. Because of time, okay. Okay, so because of time, thank you so much to our distinguished panelists for your thoughtful and practical insights, and also to our audience for your engaging questions as well. So I'll just summarize with this. Together, let's ensure that Nigeria's CNG revolution is powered not just by gas, but by safety, integrity, innovation. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, there you have it, the concluding session for day 2. Panelists, please, let's have a group photograph. Thank you. That has been a most interesting session, and yes, despite the fact that it's indeed the last session, the energy level in the room has been high. And yes, we have our panelists to thank, and of course, our participating audience. Thank you once again. CNG safety and risk management. Thank you very much for sharing from your wealth of personal and professional experience. All right, let's have the group photograph. Thank you. So once we're done with this group photograph, we'll have the highlights video on the screen. It is a 5-minute video. So once that is done, we'll have a group photograph that will include all the members of the Executive Committee of Nlcga. Then after that, the vote of thanks, and we'll be done for today's proceedings. Thank you very much once again, our panelists. Thank you very much. All right. All right, we'll have the highlights video right about now. Thank you very much. Highlights video right about now. Showing everything from yesterday until today. So once we're done with this, we'll have a group photograph of all the members of the Executive Committee of the Nlcga. Then after that, the vote of thanks, and that'll be it. I'm wondering too. Is there an issue with the sound? I know we had sound yesterday, so I'm just wondering what's up. Anyway.
something is illegal, for you as operators to also challenge them and go to the court and ask for interpretation.
Gas is not some distant dream for Nigeria. It is our present opportunity. This conference is a terrible first step to support unlocking Nigeria's gas market potential and driving growth through the energy sector.
Liquefied and compressed gases represents the most visible interface between Nigeria's abundant natural gas reserves and the daily lives of its citizens.
Nigeria has more than a proven reserve of about 200 trillion cubic feet of gas. So which means this country is a gas country with some oil, not an oil country with gas.
But I think we are getting to a point now where it's going to be on the front burner. So we have to look for gas because gas is our future. It's the world's future. It determines where good industries develop and grow.
That's really today, but more of what needs to happen over 5 years, over 10 years, over 15, over 20 years.
At this point, yes, it's all right to clap. It's absolutely free of charge. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Brevity Anderson production. All right, I'd like to invite them as they come on stage. Thank you. All the members of the executive committee of Nlcga, please come on stage for this group photograph. Thank you. Paparazzi, please be on standby. Let's do that quickly. All right, we'll have the vote of thanks right away. Mr. Deputy President Nlcga will do that. Mr. Ladi Falola, Deputy President Nlcga will do that.
Afternoon, everyone. I know everyone is tired and time is well gone, so I'll just make this quick. Thank you very much. It's been 2 days of robust conversations on LNG, LPG, CNG. We thank, on behalf of Mr. Felix Sekundayo, our president, the Governing Council and the Executive Committee, we thank you all. We thank our sponsors We thank our delegates, we thank our exhibitors. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you, and we hope that you'll take the takeaways from these conversations that we've had these last 2 days and make them as action points for your businesses and basically for how to use CNG, LNG, and LPG. We hope to see you again next year. Next year, the conversations will be more robust. And we know that, God willing, we shall all be here next year. Thank you very much and have a safe break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President, NLCGA, Mr. Ladi Falola. All right, let's have that group photograph. Yes. Is he here now? Yes, please. Wait. Hold it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the 15th NLCGA conference and exhibition. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your patience. And most importantly, thank you for your presence and your contributions. Once this photograph is done and out of the way, we'll move straight to have the meal. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Please remember, do not leave your personal possessions behind. Please ensure that you leave with your personal possessions. Thank you. Please do not leave your personal possessions behind, all right? Ensure that you leave the room with all your belongings, okay? Do not leave any of your personal possessions behind. Enjoy your meal as usual. It's on the right-hand side of the exhibition area as you step out of the hall. Thank you very much for coming. 15th NLCGA conference and exhibition. It is a wrap. Thank you.